Welcome, everybody. It is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, and I am Love Coach Scott Catamas. We have such a great show tonight. It's all about animal communication, connecting to our fur family and beyond. We're going to connect to people that are experts at dealing with dogs, cats, horses, whales, and dolphins, and more. It's going to be a really, really fun show. And I want to just acknowledge that a lot of you sent us photos and videos of your pets. And sure enough, Jay Mayer has put together a really fun video montage, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later on. And I want to thank all of you that are watching, whether you're in our Zoom room, and we've got well over 200 people now in our Zoom room. And please continue to let us know where you're from. We've got people from Colombia, Australia, Canada, all over the United States, Bali. So that's really, really fun. And for those of you watching on Facebook, and that's where thousands are watching us, hey, guess what? You can still come on into our Zoom room. And what's nice about being in the Zoom room with us is you can more directly interact with all of these amazing presenters. And we've got so many cool presenters that you're going to want to interact with. So here's what you do. Go to globalpeacetribe.com. Just open up a browser and go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. It only takes like a minute to do that. And boom, next thing you know, you're in the Zoom room with us. And there's a lot of advantages also to registering, because then we'll have your email address. And every Monday, my partner, Debra, sends out an email that has the replays to not only tonight's show, but the way to access all 48 previous shows that we've done. Also, by having your email address, you're going to get notification on some of the special events that we do. Like next week, we're doing a special event with Andrew Harvey. Later on April Fool's Day, a special event with Swami Beyondananda, who's going to be with us tonight. So you want to register so that we can stay in touch with you. And don't worry, you're only going to get emails from us letting you know about what's happening with Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. So please do that. And do want to welcome all of you watching. Also, I really want to thank Unify. Unify carries us every Saturday night, and we reach all around the world that way. So it's really fun, those of you coming from other parts. As you can hear, my dog, Jasmine Bear, is very excited. So she's already getting the energy running. So while she kind of gets us all excited, I'm going to introduce my co-host and producing partner, along with her cat. Here's Debra Gusti.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Scott. Welcome, everyone, to our 49th show that we've produced every Saturday night since the lockdown in April, during these highly challenging but very evolutionary times. We have 2 more shows for you for the winter season, and we are launching our season 5, Time to Thrive, April through June, and we're going to talk more about that later. And thank you so much for your donations when you register and your donations into our GoFundMe. We share this program with you for free, so your donations are really important to help us do a quality show and keep going into the new season. So thank you for that. And yes, this is going to be another amazing show, understanding and communicating with our animal family. Well, during the year of the pandemic, we've all experienced life in a truly different way. And part of that is not having the human connection that we're used to within our communities, when we travel, attending large and small events. But then there's our pets who are there for us. And if you haven't guessed, I'm a cat woman. And during this year, I've deepened even more in my connection with my cat Sheba, who's right here with us, who to me is really one of my best friends and continually teaches me how to open my heart. And it's important to honor the total animal kingdom, who has just as much right to thrive on our Mother Earth, just as we human thinks we have a right to. So this show is going to be featuring some incredible luminaries, which are going to teach us how to understand and communicate with our animal family, but also explore the whole realm of the animal kingdom. So we have amazing presenters and musicians who are going to teach us that. And what can our animal friends teach us about ourselves and each other? And I think one of the biggest lessons is unconditional love. So now I want to present to you our luminaries. We are going to feature Carol Baskin. She's the founder and CEO of Cat Rescue. She was on the show Tiger King, if you know that controversial show that was really a hoot. But her passion is really around the plight of captive big cats. We are also going to feature Chris Irwin. He's a renowned horseman, top trainer of trainers, international best-selling author, and creator of Horse Sense for Human Potential. We also have with us Linda Bender. She's an internationally renowned animal advocate, speaker, and author of the award-winning Amazon bestseller, Animal Wisdom, Learning from the Spiritual Life of Animals.
I was a little bit slow on bringing up Chris, so I just wanted to acknowledge there's Chris.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris, for being with us. We have Denise Monge. She's a pet expert, pet intuitive. She's the founder of Pet Prana, and she believes that interactions with our pets have the power to transform us.
You know, I apologize. We have so many people on the panel today that I'm having trouble finding people quickly enough. So I do apologize, but there's Denise.
All right, welcome, Denise. And we have Kutira Doskara. Kutira is an embodied spiritual teacher, body-mind psychotherapist, author, musician, but also she's an incredible friend of the dolphin kingdom. So she's going to have a lot to share with us about that. Welcome, Kutira. And we have Danielle McKinnon, who's an animal communicator with a #1 best-selling book also on Amazon. And we have Ellie Locks. She's the founder of Gentle Barn Foundation, which is a national organization that rescues and rehabilitates unwanted animals and heals people with the same stories of abuse and neglect. And we have Jonathan Robinson with us again. He's a psychotherapist, best-selling author, and has a very special book that will help enlighten us about what the animal kingdom has to share with us. And we have Honey of the Heart, who is a dynamic partnership with Justin Anchetta and Marin Mecki. They have a repertoire of lifting original music that creates organic states of symbiosis. Welcome, welcome. And we're having back again Sean Galloway. He is a 2-time Global Peace Song Award-winning singer, songwriter for his songs I Choose Love and Give Peace a Voice. And again, back with us tonight is the wonderful Daniel Bologna. He's a mantra singer, songwriter, producer, and he's a spiritual teacher and who has transformed the lives of thousands across the world. And again, we're bringing back Sean J., who has recently appeared on season 5 of Masters of Illusion on the CW network. And he studied with some of the biggest names in magic. And we're really happy to have Swami Byandananda. He's the cosmic alter ego of the writer, humanist performer, Steve Behrman. The Swami's favorite yoga pose is tongue in cheek. And with so much love and respect, I want to thank our sponsor and his partner who have co-created this show, Jay Mayer and Jan Kaplan. They have helped birth this amazing show. Jay does a lot of the videos, holds the space. He's our executive producer. And Jan pulled this whole thing together. So I want to honor you and love you so much for this incredible show that's going to share so much love out to the universe for ourselves and with our animal family. So thank you so much, Jan and Jay. Great, and we're going to be financing with our putting GoFundMe in there, 2 organizations that can help the animals. We are going to be allowing you to fund Big Cat Rescue, which is part of Carol's nonprofit. She cares for cats and ending of the trade of cats. So we'll be posting that in the chat room, as well as the Gentle Barn, who really teaches people how to have kindness and compassion to animals. And so we're going to be posting those donate information in the chat room, and we'll share more about it. But this is where we use this show to request green love for organizations that really can help further the topics that we promote on the show. So we appreciate your donations to them, and we'll share more about them later. Okay, that's about it, Scott.
Okay, thank you so much for all those introductions. And we always love to start our show with music. And coming to us from Grass Valley, we have a wonderful couple. This is Justin and Marin. They are Honey of the Heart. Welcome, you two. And I just want to introduce you briefly. They truly have musical nectar flowing through their veins. They're the driving force behind a project that's even sweeter than it sounds. For you see, Honey of the Heart is an ambrosial mix of musical interpretations influenced by folk, soul, roots, and world flamenco styles. Built upon a repertoire of very uplifting original material, they join together with other phenomenal musicians, often to create an organic state of symbiosis. Now, of course, tonight it's the two of them, and if we're lucky, possibly their third little feral child will be joining us. But many of their songs come forth like ancient incantations. So let's really drop in and allow them to get us off to a beautiful start. We are so grateful to have with us Justin and Marin, Honey of the Heart.
Thank you, Scott, for having us out, and Saturday Night Alive. Justin and Marin here of Honey of the Heart. And thank you, Janice, for the invite. So I appreciate it. We're going to do a song that Marin just wrote a few weeks ago. And this is the charango and a baritone ukulele.
I'm a seed, waiting to be darkness surrounding. I'm a seed, couldn't see, caught between awake and sleeping. You're a seed, wild and free, even if you're lost, you'll be leaving. We're all seeds, worth the waiting, like the river meets the sea. Cracks in the sidewalk, burst on through. Nature intended, like we were meant to. Cracks in the sidewalk, roots reaching on down. A song waiting in a song, making a sweet sound. I'm a seed, get ready for me. Make me a home where I can dream. I'm a seed, stretching way beyond you and me, darling. Cracks in the heart of it all, breaking straight through, slow and steady, opening you. Cracks in my heart, making more room gets away so soon. Cracks in the heart, like it was meant to be. Deep and determined, love opened in me. Cracks in the stories, ready to go. Make way for more love to flow. I'm a seed, I'm a seed, waiting to be. Make me a home where I can dream.
Oh, beautiful. Just beautiful. Thank you so much. Wow. There's, we always like to promote how to get more information about people. And so really want to direct everybody to their website, and it's their name, honeyoftheheart.com. And it looks like you guys have an entire concert with several other musicians that people can listen to by going to that website. Yeah?
Yeah, actually, the first time we're going to debut it is at the end of this show. So stick around, and I think we'll be doing that. And our daughter, our feral daughter, she's out on a walk with some friends so that we could play this for you guys. But you guys will see it in the last video of tonight.
And so what Justin's referencing is they made a video just for us tonight. So we literally are starting the show with them, and we're going to end the show with them with this beautiful video that they made where you will actually get to hear more music and meet the feral daughter. Feral daughter.
She's fantastic.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. It's great to have you with us. Really
Our
wonderful.
pleasure and honor.
All right. And to introduce our first speaker of the night, here's Debra.
Thanks, Scott, and beautiful music. Thank you so much. Well, I get to introduce our first speaker, Linda Bender. And she's an internationally known, renowned animal advocate speaker, and she's the author of an award-winning Amazon bestseller, Amazon Wisdom, Learning from the Spiritual Lives of Animals. She also holds a doctorate degree in veterinary medicine. She's a gifted healer, intuitive, and spiritual teacher. And for over 25 years, she's practiced meditation and studied many of the world's traditions, including shamanism. And by learning these traditions, she really gets to understand the sacred connection shared by the humans, animals, and natures. And she started one of the first pet therapy programs in Cincinnati as part of her state mental health program. And she's co-founder of the nonprofit charity From the Heart, directly helping animals. So thank you so much, Linda, for being with us now. And please share some of your wisdom about deepening our connection and communication with our animal beloveds.
Yes. It's a pleasure to be with you on this delightful show. And I'm here with my little diamond laser focus love missile, Luna. She's saying hello. And I'd like to, first of all, say to Scott that the intuitive connection is so strong. And I was so taken by the story of your dog and finding the other dog and sharing that message. And I just want to say that even now, science has begun to show that what is that bond? What makes that bond? What makes that dog know when the owner is coming home? What is it? What is the secret? And it is the bond of love. It's definitely the bond of love that is the connection. So I think that was such a beautiful story. The other intuitive moment is that when I was getting ready to get dressed for tonight, I was taken by this scarf, which is a photo of a giraffe eating from a tree. And I thank you, Scott, for sharing your story about how beautiful the symbolism is that giraffes transform thorns into food and nectar and food for the soul. Thank you so much for that. And what I would like to share with you today is something that I have learned throughout my life and my lifelong relationship with animals as an intuitive, an empath, and as a veterinarian, how animals are intelligent, emotional beings capable of great compassion and love. Animals exist in a state of consciousness that is one with nature, a oneness, connected to all life and closer to God, divine, whatever you choose to refer to it as. And they graciously offer to us their divinely bestowed wisdom to those of us who have open hearts and open minds. And I came into this world connected deeply to animals. And a profound moment that I think of that tells a bigger story is when I was a little girl and I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard outside of my bedroom an animal screaming outside in the yard. And I woke my parents and we went outside and there was this tiny little bunny in desperate straits out on the lawn, obviously having had a near-death encounter with a larger being. So I scooped up that little bunny and I took it inside and held it to my chest. And I lie down on my parents' kitchen floor and I said, I'm going to stay with this bunny all night. Keep this bunny. And as I was lying there, I felt as if it was a moment of loving bonding for the first time in my life. There were great waves of love swirling around us, engulfing both of us. This new friend of mine in this amazing state of spirit and connection. And we were connected to something far greater than the two of us. And that something was running the show. And that night, I realized that by saving that little bunny, I was saved, and that saving an animal gave meaning to my life. And that is what I've pursued over the years. And the most important lesson of all I've learned, the most important lesson the animals would like me to share with you today is this. We as humans think we have so many problems. And of course we do in this world. But our biggest problem is that we think that we are separate from the rest of the natural world. We are the only species that has seceded from the natural world, resulting in our loneliness, fear, depression, and the problems we've created. So what is it? What is it that the animals are wanting to teach us? How do they teach us? Let's think of a spiritual awakening. We are here to awaken. We are moving from physical, mental beings to spiritual, intuitive beings. What is the most important thing about a spiritual awakening and a transformation? What allows that to happen? It's being in the present moment. It's being here right now in the moment. Not reading 20 books and then I'll be enlightened in 10 years. No. Enlightenment, awareness happens in the now. Who better than our animals to bring us into that moment. Let's use our dog as an example. When your dog looks into your eyes with deep love, as if you are the apex of perfection, he or she is expressing God's view of you. What is happening there? You are being pulled into that present moment awareness, which is the beginning of transformation and spiritual unity consciousness. Never in the future. The only time anything ever happens is the now. So with that amazing unconditional love that they are offering us, a door is opened. A door is open to love. And what happens? We lose our fear. And when we lose our fear, we are able to open more deeply, become more aware. Animals guide us through that open door with their deep love. Fear is our biggest block. We trust them. What happens then? We are letting go of the resistance to go beyond this 3D world into a higher level of awareness. We don't need dogma to learn. It's an unlearning. It's letting go of the things that we need to forget, the things that hold us back, the things that tell us we're not enough, we're not good enough, we're not successful enough, we don't have enough money. No, that's not it. Our animals are incarnate with us. They are the greatest teachers to guide us to the experience we need, because spiritual awareness is experience. You don't learn love by reading about it. You learn love by experiencing it. And what I call the joy of aliveness is what the animals teach us. It is all about that experience. Remember, the Buddha did not attain enlightenment by getting a PhD in spiritual studies. The Buddha attained enlightenment through sitting under a tree. So if you don't have a dog, if you don't have a cat, if you don't have any companion animals, go into the wild, look at a tree, sit with a bird, as I did as a child, and open to the oneness of the joy of aliveness, that regardless of life circumstance, we are here to be joyful and loving, and it is who we are. And when we begin to awaken with our animal friends, we don't go back. We only go forward in love. I was imprinted by animals as a young girl. Animals taught me to be fully embodied in this life and yet fully connected to spirit. There has always been a spiritual bond. And I'd like to just tell you very quickly and finish with the power of presence between humans and animals. I was once working in South Africa, feeding orphan elephants, little baby elephants, and there were wild ones who would come because there was a watering hole there. And the wild ones would drink. And one day I was feeding and there was no one around, and this beautiful matriarch caught my glance, walked over, and majestically, and with her head down and tusks down so I would not be afraid, came within 10 feet of me. To be in the presence of this wild, extraordinary being was one of the most powerful spiritual experiences I have ever had, ever known. And the message I also have for you tonight from the animals is simply this: live in this world in peace with your brothers and sisters and in harmony with all of life. Know this, live this, and we will bring the best of spirit here to our earth, and Mother Nature will smile again. And I thank you.
Linda, that's such a beautiful way to, I'm so glad you're the first presenter because you really laid down such a beautiful foundation. Because it really is all about love. They're teaching us about love. It is love. Thank you so much. And it's so
You're
perfect.
welcome.
Her book is called Animal Wisdom. And I really want to encourage everyone to get the book. You might not be able to read it, but Jane Goodall wrote on the front cover, it says, Animal Wisdom is a thoughtful and inspired exploration of the ways in which animals can help us to live our lives more fully. And that's exactly it. This show is all about inspiration, and almost all the people who watch this show are on a spiritual journey, non-denominational or denominational. We reach everybody. We all are wanting to raise our consciousness. We're all wanting to have more love. And you've really beautifully today, and certainly through your book, are helping us to remember how to use our relationship to the animal kingdom to have more love in our life. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm also going to just remind people that you can get the book and or more information about Linda by going to her website. And it's an easy website to remember. It's her name, but it's .org. So it's lindabender.org, LINDABENDER.org. And that's where you can get the book or more information about Linda. And thank you so much for being with us. And God bless giraffes.
Yes.
We love our giraffes. I was a big part of my life was studying with Marshall Rosenberg. I noticed that our Honey of the Heart musicians also are part of the NVC Compassionate Communication world. And of course, in that world, the giraffe is the mascot. So it's all weaving together quite beautifully.
It's all intertwined.
It is. God bless you, Linda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Hey, I want to remind everybody, because people are automatically doing it. And I'm noticing a lot of the people in our chat box, we've got well over 340 people in our Zoom room and still more coming in. You know what? Tell us about where you're from, but also what animals you have. And some people have really been putting in fun stuff. So we're going to see the video in a few minutes of some of the photos you guys sent us of your animals. But also you can still come on in and tell us, the name of your dog, your cat, your parrot, your parakeet, your rabbit, whatever it might be. You can introduce yourself and your fur family or animal friends that are part of your family. That's something that is kind of fun for us to read. And an example of a fur family person we're about to meet is Jay Mayer and his temple cat. And this is a really fun video that Jay created all about the history of temple cats and his specific temple cat. So let's take a look.
Hi, Jay Mayer, founder of Light Touch. This is something that's actually very dear to my heart. There's guard dogs, everyone knows that term, and then cats are just as important as dogs, and what's their function? And I've done a lot of research, and I found temple cats. And where did that come from? It came from ancient Egypt and Babylonian cultures. Going back thousands of years, cats have always been revered in ancient cultures. So we're calling in the temple cat. We asked Bud. And you'll notice when you do this with your cats, when you light touch them, call in the temple cat to help you with blessings. They become very austere and they get still and they focus. So we're asking the temple cat to bless Saturday Night Alive tonight. May we have a great show and may we grow our audience. And if you notice, cats, they're always light touching everything. They're light touching the furniture. They're light touching the corner in the wall. They're light touching your leg. So they are very receptive to light touch for blessings. So this is Bud, and I've done light touch with him for for years, whenever my partner, who used to be in sales, she would go out, we would do light touch. And her sales improved immensely when I would do light touch, blessing the clients, blessing the appointments. So we thank you for blessing all temple cats everywhere, that they can help us to deliver our prayers to the good higher beings and the angels. Thank you for watching this message brought to you by Bud, Temple Cat, and Light Touch.
Oh, thank you, Jay. That was really, really fun. Well, I get to bring on board one of my dearest and oldest friends. We have been friends literally for decades. She was the star in a feature film movie that I made. And I'm talking about Couture de Coster. And Couture has an extraordinary relationship to whales and dolphins. She has been a leading activist in helping to lead the understanding of having to change our fishing habits to save whales and dolphins. And probably her actions have saved thousands of these creatures. She leads whale and dolphin adventures. I've been with her in Maui, where she lives, and I've actually experienced being on a boat with her, where we go out on a whale and dolphin cruise and we're not seeing anything. She gets out the didgeridoo and she plays it, and the whales and the dolphins come. I've experienced this. So she's going to be our guest in a moment, but to kind of get us in the spirit, she's provided us with a very short, lovely video that she filmed. That's actually her you're going to see swimming with whales and dolphins. And the music is also something that she and her partner Raphael created. So let's all take a moment to drop into the magic of the cetacean nation, the world of whales and dolphins. You know, just dropping into that music and remembering that is so beautiful. Welcome, Couture. It's so awesome to have you on the show.
Oh, thank you. Scott, you forgot to tell that on that day where we went filming, I had to swim towards whales and was not aware that was a heat run of about 40 whales. Never seen that before and never experienced after. And that's when the whales come, they are chasing their females. It's actually right now in Maui whale season. And I can gladly report after this COVID, nature got a big rest and there are more whales back than ever. And that is beautiful because we are always concerned about those giant, beautiful beings and the dolphins. So that's a good thing. So thank you for having me on this show and about whales and dolphins. And as I want to add about to Bud the temple cat, I have 5 big kois about that size, and there are my temple guardians. And every morning they get fed and they come up and eat out of my hand, and I thank them to guard my house. So with that, I just also want for those to know that a fish is different than a cetacean. The dolphins and the whales, they have brains. They are conscious breather. That is important to know, because they cannot just stay underwater and sleep. In order to be alive, they have to come up. Dolphins in about 20 minutes to get a breath, and then they can dive down again. So with my learning from John Lilly, which was a great pioneer and inventor, and also expanding in consciousness, you know, his friends were like Ramdas and Albert Hofmann, which I grew up in Switzerland. He was in my neighborhood. Albert Hofmann, I don't know for those, he kind of like was the inventor of LSD, which he called his troubled child, but it has brought lots of understanding to the mind as well. And Timothy Leary. So these were the kind of people John Lilly was, and I was young, 30 years younger or whatever, and I came to Maui, and John Lilly became a mentor and a really loving friend. And I learned about the cetacean and the dolphins especially. What was beautiful was that I could relate to their movement, their Angeladora movement. I could relate to their conscious breathing, because that's exactly also what in our life or in my life has shown me to expand in my understanding of the interrelationship, the connectedness, that we are not separated, and the wild, wild beauty of the deep of the ocean. Expanding your mind, connecting with the whale mind and the dolphin mind has helped me to understand what John Lilly said once: in the province of the mind, what one believes is true or becomes true. That was very challenging for me when I was that young, of giving me this information that I can do everything, I can visualize everything. Later on, he added within certain limits, but it was not related to the mind, it was related to the body. Because if you are in an altered state and you think you can fly, that may not work. We do have gravity, but in our mind, there are no limits. And swimming with whales and dolphins really expanded my consciousness. Scott, are you looking why you are not getting me online?
Oh, you're good. The spotlight's on you and you're good. Oh, no, it's not.
I just see you.
That's not the way it's supposed to be. And that's interesting because it got the spotlight on you. Huh. There we go.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. But I was seeing that you... Okay, are we on now?
Yes. Thank you for noticing that. You know what happened was I wasn't muted, and I was actually putting in to the chat box your Kahua Records website, and the camera, anyway, the spotlight's on you, and thank you for noticing that.
That's fine. So with well, do you have any questions so far?
Well, I love that you know where you're going of talking about what you learned from John Lilly and from the Cetacean Nation. And so I'd love for you to just continue that, because obviously whales and dolphins have much larger brains than human beings. And so one of the things I learned from you, and probably via you through John, is that actually whales and dolphins have more intelligence, more wisdom. And I remember you teaching me that whales are the keeper of the records of the earth. So I'd love to hear about that.
Yes, I want to go two things which I think is really interesting. What really was fascinating for me, their brains when they have a stimulation, it goes everywhere immediately. With us, we see, we feel, we breathe, we don't have it kind all together. And the whales are so fully developed, and the dolphins, with their hypothalamus, with their brains, they have an amazing field of responding full body orgasm, I will call that. The whales, when they were here, we did a recording and we needed some whale sounds. And we got some whale sounds from the 60s and 70s. That was from an also beautiful whale researcher, Roger Payne. And I remember that when we wanted to do another album where we needed some whale sounds, we wanted to take some sounds from later, 20 years later. And we got back to the whale sounds from the 60s, 70s, because they were much happier and much beautiful. Because when they stopped their singing, the next time when they come back in our areas, they pick up the song where they left it off. And now the new whale sounds we get to hear now, they again have a more energetic of hope in it. And I think that is the message we need to really focus on in this life, in this moment where we are. The healing which is happening, it's happening also in the animal world, in the cetacean world with the music. So I believe and I hope and I visualize and I bring that out into the world, there is more joy coming towards us. Even this is probably said in a moment where so many people may not be in the best situation with COVID, the pandemic, and with the economic, but the earth is rejuvenating. The earth is kind of like coming out with the animals. Everything is more intensive right now, even here on Maui. Our beaches have recouped. Our animal life is much more alive again. So that is a good sign. And that I would like you to all and hear that and embody it, and knowing it's a good sign. The whales and dolphins are happy. Another thing which probably also was beautiful, what I learned from Dr. John Lilly, he was the inventor of the Samadhi tank, or maybe some of you know it as the isolation tank. That's where you go in and be in the same fluid, like your body temperature, and you float in there, and kind of your body becomes like you don't have a body, and you are really just with your amazing mind, and that can travel. So the body is boundless and your mind is infinite. So remember again, in the province of the mind, what either one believes is true or becomes true. Hold visions, look at forward with good intention, see the light, see the beauty, see the good to come, and anchor that into these times we are in. So that would be my message from the dolphins and the whales. And one more probably a beautiful story going back to the dolphins. They're very, very receptive. When you're out there to sound and music, and if you're putting it out, they do come and interact. And if people say, it's not allowed or whatever, it's the dolphins' decision if they want to interact with you, if they come up to you and want to swim with you, because I am not a good enough or faster swimmer ever to hunt down a dolphin. They come to you. So you put them out and say, come to me, and they come.
Wow. Katura, thank you so much. It's really wonderful having you on the show. And I want to, in a moment, I'm going to show how we can learn more about Katura. But I just want to say I have had the good fortune of being in her home, staying there many times. Katura performed the wedding ceremony for my wife and I many, many years ago. And a year ago today, she and I were together because I was in Maui visiting, and in my Facebook memories today came up a photo of us out for sushi dinner So I just want to say that she does have an amazing retreat spot that, and I've watched her build this over decades time. It's called the Maui Eco Retreat. She has beautiful land overlooking the ocean, and she's built all these bamboo homes and spaces. So if you're looking for a magical place to go and have a retreat, to go, whether it's just you or a special occasion, a honeymoon, or you're just really needing to take a break, there you can see on the camera, that's her main room. But there's all these other cottages and spaces and temples on the land overlooking the ocean. And it's a truly magical, magical place. The literal translation for Huelo, which is where Katura has her land, is a resting place for mature souls. And it's where King Kamehameha used to go do his vision quests. I've been going to that land for 30 years, watching her build it. It is where I go to rest. It is where I've had some of my most magical moments. So I really want to encourage people, if you want to have an amazing experience, go to Kutura's amazing property and enjoy that magic. Yeah.
Well, that is really, thank you so much, Scott. But I also want you to know this is a beautiful place to come now because the whales are here, and the island in this year of COVID has rejuvenated in tremendous way. Our beaches are so pristine, clear again, and Maui is certainly something you can put on your list, and hope one day I can welcome you here and maybe take you out on a whale or dolphin adventure.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it, you guys. I'm telling you, it's an amazing place to be. I love you, Katura. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much for being on the show. You know, this show is one of our most participatory shows, and it's happening right now. I'm really appreciating, there's a great chat going on, and people are putting in the chat box here in our Zoom room all sorts of information about whales and dolphins and nonprofit organizations. And, you know, just read where one person was saying, yes, you know, let's not go back to normal. It's like one of the blessings of COVID is that it's calmed things down. So please, I want to encourage, if you're watching on Facebook, come on into our Zoom room. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, register. It takes less than a minute. Come on into our Zoom room and participate in this amazing dialogue that's happening with all of our Zoom room listeners. And that's my segue to introduce a really fun video that Jay and Jan put together. A few weeks ago, we asked you to send us photos of you with your pets, and you did. And so we've put together a montage. We weren't able to get everybody's photos and videos in, but we got as many as we could, as within time limits. So here we go. I want you to all enjoy watching you and your animals and your pets in this lovely video. Really, really fun. Oh, that was really, really fun. Hey, I want to thank Jay Mayer for putting that together. That was really awesome. And to add Jan here for a second. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, everybody, for sending in your photos and videos of your animals. And you guys did just a great job. That was really, really fun. All right, it's time for some more music and to introduce our next musical artist. I'm turning it over to Debra.
Thank you, Scott. And what a fun show. This is really fabulous. And yeah, we get to do some more music, raise the vibration even more. And our special performer here is Daniel Bologna, who is a spiritual teacher. He's an acclaimed mantra singer, songwriter, and producer from Italy. And he's transformed lives of thousands across the world, sharing his unique musical concert experience, which he calls Awakening Through Music. And he's performed in more than 30 countries all over the world. He's also producer of the Festival of Light, which is the first bilingual online event uniting the continent of America in a single prayer. And the main thing he does, which you'll see now, is the high vibration of music that he transmits. And really, it's what this show is about, and it's about love. So thank you, Daniel, for being with us. And please share with us your incredible musical vibrations.
Thank you, Debra and Scott. Namaste to everyone. I'm in the journey of sacred mantras, Sanskrit mantras, from a very young age. And one of the things that I notice is that not everyone is able to connect with the higher frequencies of the divine. So whenever we start a ceremony or a ritual or even a prayer, we try to reach out to our closest form, which actually will lift us up into the higher realms. And that means that there's always an invocation to Ganesha, which represents the elephant energy, before you want to reach Sarasvati, or the goddess of creativity and wisdom, or Lakshmi, the goddess of abundance and prosperity. So why the elephant? The elephant is a very sensitive animal. It has blue eyes, which denotes the wisdom of the skies, big ears, who can hear you, who can hear every single noise in the middle of the jungle. As they walk with their trunk, they move away all the obstacles, clearing even small ants, because elephants are wise. They know that even small enemies can defeat them. So because of that, and because they help people through the jungle to remove obstacles and to open the way, elephants are considered very auspicious. So today I would like to share a mantra for Lord Ganesha to remove the obstacles in our lives, to help us achieve victory and success, and to concentrate our energy with the purpose of our hearts.
Unmute, Daniel.
Yeah,
Unmute.
Daniel, we lost your audio.
Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam, Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Om Gam Gana Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam, Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Ganesha Sharanam, Sharanam Ganesha, Ganesha Sharanam. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om.
We've had Daniel on the show a few times before, but I didn't know you were going to play this song. And Ganesha has always been my favorite of the deities, especially from the Indian pantheon. And when my wife and I bought the home that we're in, we got this beautiful Ganesha sculpture. And the very first time we entered the home, before we brought in anything else, we brought in our Ganesha sculpture, put it on what became our altar. And literally the whole home has been built around the blessing of Ganesha. So I've always loved him very much. And I really love that you sang that song for us tonight. How perfect to bring in the Ganesha energy, the elephant energy. That's beautiful, the remover of obstacles.
Thank you, Scott.
Daniel's going to come back and do another song for us, which I'm really happy about. But I also want to direct everybody to his website, Daniel Bellone. Is it pronounced Bellone or Bellone? How do we pronounce it?
Yeah, it's Bellone in Italian, but we say Bellone in English.
Okay, I wanted to memorize that. Anyway, it's his name, Daniel Bellone, or for those of you who are Italian, Bellone, D-A-N-I-E-L, Daniel Bellone, BELLONE.com. And that's where you can get a lot of really good stuff and to get his music. So, Daniel, you're such a blessing to our world and to our show. And we're looking forward to hearing your second song a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Saturday Night Alive loves to help raise money for people and for organizations. And tonight we are supporting two organizations. And the first one is called Gentle Barn. And we're going to meet Ellie from Gentle Barn in a few minutes. But before we do that, here's a video to introduce you to the work that they do.
So we rescued this cow last night. The guy didn't tell us that she had a baby there. When she came in, we couldn't tell. And now she's really upset and calling for him. It's like you can really feel her pain. Yeah, she really wants her baby. Hopefully I'll have enough battery to film this. I guess that's what it's all about, huh?
Wow. Well, Ellie, it's hard to do an introduction when I've got tears that I'm pretty choked up. That's an incredible video. It's a really, really incredible video. And thank you for being with us. I am going to be a little bit about you. Just Ellie is the founder of the Gentle Barn Foundation. It's located about 30 miles north of Los Angeles. And it's a national organization that rescues and rehabilitates unwanted animals and heals people with the same stories of abuse and neglect. To date, Ellie has saved thousands of animals and hosted over 500,000 guests. The Gentle Barn has opened a second location in Nashville and a third in St. Louis. And it's their goal to open up a Gentle Barn in every state so that everyone in America can hug cows, cuddle turkeys, give pigs tummy rubs, and look into the eyes of these animals and know for certain we're all the same and we're all deserving the same rights, respects, and freedoms. Thank you so much. Oh, Ellie. I was almost in shock at the number 500,000 people. So you must just have a tremendous flow of people coming through and experiencing the animals on your property. Tell us about that.
Yeah, our goal is to get in front of as many people as we can. From a very, very early age, it was obvious to me that the animals around me were my teachers, healers, and friends. But also around me were a whole slew of people that didn't see the animals the same way. And so I was baffled by that as a child. I remember looking at other people and wondering why they couldn't see the magic and beauty in the animals that I was looking at. And so from the very early age, at 7 years old, I would tell anyone that would listen, I would say, you'll see when I grow up, I'm going to have a huge place full of animals and I'm going to show the world how beautiful they are. So I want to rescue animals and bring them home to find sanctuary with us. But more importantly, I want to get in front of as many people as I possibly can to show as many people as I can. We're all the same. These animals have the same feelings as we do. They have the same perceptions as we do. They have the same experiences as we do. They suffer like we do. They celebrate birth like we do. They fall in love like we do. And they grieve and mourn death just like we do. Maybe with a little bit more grace and finesse, but still, though we all look different, we are all the same. And that is the biggest lesson that all the animals in my barnyard have taught me. So the Gentle Barn was my dream since I was 7. But I didn't know how to start or what the first step would be. So I procrastinated for a very, very long time. And it wasn't until I was a young adult living on my own in a little half-acre backyard that I discovered a petting zoo and started bringing home animals from that petting zoo. And before I knew it, my backyard was full of animals. And I remember waking up one day and looking out my window to all these animals and said, holy cow, I just started my dream. So that was 21 years ago. And like you said, we are now a national organization, and we take in animals that have nowhere else to go because they're too old, too sick, too lame, or too scared to be adoptable. And they come home to the Gentle Barn. We give them healing and recovery. And then we give them sanctuary for the rest of their lives. And then when they're ready, we partner with them to heal people with the same stories of trauma. And these animals have taught me so much. I mean, the biggest lesson is that we're all the same, but they've also taught me a lot about life and quote unquote death. As a matter of fact, the biggest lesson they've taught me is that death doesn't really exist. I was born, I am an animal communicator, and I think I was born that way. I remember being 6 years old and playing with my dollies in my room. And all of a sudden I heard this call for help. And I was like, oh, I'm coming. And I walked through the house and out to the front yard, and I walked down the street, and I took a left at the lake and walked along the lake shore, and then came to this very, very, very tall tree where a little bird had fallen out of her nest. And I scooped her up and I said, oh, here I am. Thanks for calling me. I'll help you. And I brought her home, and I made a little nest out of mud and grass, and I raised her and fed her until she could fly away. And so it was my earliest memories of just hearing animals, understanding them, having conversations with them, and wanting to learn from their wisdom. And I thought everybody was like that. I thought everybody had conversations with animals and saw how beautiful they were. And the older I got, the more I realized that people didn't see them at all. And I remember getting into high school and people would tease me for my love and connection with animals. And so I was born an animal communicator. I was born connected and intuitive and open and raw and empathic. And then in a desperate attempt to be just like everybody else, I ignored my intuition and I slammed the door shut to my connections with nature and animals, and more importantly, myself. And that led to a very, very dark road of self-destruction, until finally, to save my own life, I realized that I had to embrace fully who I am. And I was able to accept my gifts as an animal communicator and intuitive, start saving animals, which I knew I was put on this planet for, open the Gentle Barn, and now try to show the world what I see when I look at animals. But I have so many stories about what these animals have taught me, told me, and showed me. And I want to share as many as I can in the time allotted for me. So you all saw Karma in that video. She taught me a lot about life. She was our matriarch. She still is. She's still with us. Cows are a matriarchal society, so they're led by a female. And Karma has been our matriarch for 12 years. And she takes care of the family. She grooms them after breakfast. She leads daily meditation circles for all the animals. She gives out hugs. I mean, she's extraordinary. And I remember one time we had another matriarch, not as powerful as Karma, but another elder that was passing away. And it was so beautiful how they did it. She was clearly laying down and dying. I had called the vet, and we were waiting for the vet to arrive to help her out of her body and to make sure that she didn't suffer. And all the cows, we had 65 cows at the time, they all came and gathered in a huge circle around this cow. Her name was Witness. So they all gathered in a circle around Witness, and one by one of them would step forward, put their face on Witness, bid her farewell and extend their love to her, and then step back. And one by one, they all took turns around the circle, bidding Witness farewell. And once everyone had a turn, dinner was served, because by now it was evening, and they all went off to eat dinner, and one stayed behind with me to be with Witness. And they took 20-minute turns. So one of them stayed with me, and then 20 minutes later, somebody else who had eaten already came to relieve that one so they could go eat. And they kept taking turns until the vet arrived. And the minute the vet arrived, then that last one went to join the others. And I held Witness's head in my arms and in my lap while she took her last breaths, and the vet helped out of her body so she wouldn't suffer. And as soon as she was out of her body and her body was taken away to bury, all the cows came back and formed a circle around me, kind of including me in what had just happened with them. And I closed my eyes and I told Karma, I'm so sorry for your loss. And she said, what loss? And I said, Witness just passed away. And she said, oh, you humans just don't get it. And I said, what am I missing? And she said, there's no such thing as loss, and there's no such thing as death. Witness is still here. I can't touch her body. I can't sit beside her, but I can close my eyes and I can access her whenever I want. Life always exists. Life and the energy of love has been here before we incarnated and will be here long after. And that we're all connected, and we can all be in tune and connect to each other and love each other and be with each other long after there's physical form. And I'll never forget those wise words, and it stayed with me all these years. For having hundreds of animals at the Gentle Barn, we are so blessed and honored to be loved and to have the opportunity to know these animals. But we also say goodbye a lot. And so having the wisdom that these animals teach us, that there's no such thing as death and that life goes on, and that we're all connected, has been incredible. And being an animal communicator and talking to people's animals that have crossed over, those animals tell me what the people are doing, what they said when the animals crossed. They show me pictures of the people holding the body and what they're saying. So time and time again, these animals are showing me they're right here with us. They can hear us, they can see us, we can feel them. We just need to learn to have a different relationship. That it's not a physical relationship, but it's a relationship nonetheless. And when we close our eyes and we open our hearts, we can feel them with us for always.
Ellie, I think we're all so blown away with who you are, what you're doing, and we would love to hear more stories. And so I have a request. Because we have so many amazing people on our show, I have 2 other online shows that I do where we can spend a long time with people. Would you be willing to be my sole guest on an upcoming Sacred Sunday show, which would be Sunday morning at 10 o'clock Pacific time, where it would just be you and me, and we could have a whole hour for you to share stories and to continue this? Is that something you'd be willing to do?
I would love to do that.
So I'm going to ask you if you happen to be available on March 21st. That's a week from tomorrow. And if so, we'll announce it right here and then, so that, because people are just loving what you're sharing. And we also have a lot of other people to spotlight tonight. But I would love to have you be my guest. And my next opening is Sunday, March 21st.
Let's do it.
Great. So all of you, and we'll announce it. I'll give you the Zoom room link a little bit later. So Sunday, March 21st, we're going to do a whole hour or even more with Ellie and Gentle Barn. But I also really want to encourage everybody, please, let's donate. So I'm going to pull up her website, but this is just like the postcard. So if you want some of you can take a photograph of the postcard. That's one way to do it. And then I'm also going to right now just take us into her actual website. And it's simple. It's gentlebarn.org. Gentlebarn.org. And we really want to encourage all of you to donate. All you got to do is just go to gentlebarn.org/donate. And we really appreciate all donations tonight. And all donations are welcome, whether it's $5 or $500 or $5,000 or $5, whatever it is you can donate, we really appreciate.
Thank you.
My gosh. And I saw earlier and the home one that people can actually sponsor Stanley. How does somebody sponsor? Tell us about that. What's it take to sponsor Stanley or one of the animals there?
Oh, it's the funnest way to support the Gentle Barn, because the nominal donations each month go to lift up the organization, enable us to take care of our 200 rescued animals, and say yes to the next call that comes in for an animal that has nowhere else to go. But simultaneously, you pick an animal that calls to you, and each month you get this behind the scenes updates of how they're doing, brand new pictures. So you get to have your own horse or your own cow, pig, sheep, goat, chicken, turkey, llama, emu, dog, and you can be part of their life for the rest of their life, and uplift the organization as well.
Wow, that's fantastic. And how many animals do you have that are available for adoption in that way?
I believe, if not all of, most of our animals are on there. So if you go to gentlebarn.org and press animals, you can see their names, their pictures, and their stories, and pick the one that calls to you.
Oh yeah, there we go. My gosh, donkeys, pigs. Emu, you can sponsor an emu or a llama. I love this. Look at this. Birds, turkeys, goats. I'm a Capricorn, so I think I'll sponsor the goat. That's really, really wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you're doing. And I'm going to put into the Zoom room, as soon as we go on to the next thing, the link where you'll be able to come in and join Ellie and myself on Sunday, March 21st. And that's going to be really a wonderful time. So Sunday, March 21st, put it in your calendars, 10 o'clock in the morning, and it'll be at least an hour, and who knows, maybe we'll go 90 minutes. Sacred Sunday Show with Scott and Ellie in Gentle Barn.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for having me.
God bless you. Thank you. Isn't this so wonderful? My God, I love this show. And we continue. So next week, it's the equinox. Now, Debra corrected me. I can't say it's the spring equinox because we have a lot of you that watch us now from Australia, Ecuador, South America. So it's the equinox, and we're honoring those of you coming into spring and the time of planting, and we'll be honoring those of you going into autumn, the time of harvesting. And we have arranged for a very magical guest. Persephone is actually joining us next week. Take a look.
Join us for a special Saturday Night Alive on March 20th at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. I, as Persephone, will lead you through whether spring in the Northern Hemisphere or autumn in the Southern Hemisphere. My spring remains eternal above the world. To enter this new earth paradigm, you must know that the shadow...
I so apologize. I want to go back to Persephone here. There we go.
And the light are equal at this time, and I will carry you, if you need me, with my mycelium family to create the proper networks. If you are going under, into the underworld, you will comfort those around you as you bring your shadow into the light. And if you are with us emerging in the spring, be prepared to blossom with your beauty and your greatness. Be one with the Persephone medicine, the magic. Be one with your transformation. Be fearless.
Isn't that beautiful? So you definitely want to join Persephone, Debra, myself, and once again, an amazing group of people, including Neil Donald Walsh and many others. And we're going to do a video a little bit later on where Persephone comes back and we'll tell you who our guests are going to be. And I want to acknowledge the show that Debra Gusti's been putting a lot of time and energy into the show next week. And that's the perfect segue. Here's Debra.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, it's going to be, again, another incredible show next week. So please join us. And now we get to go into some humor. It's really important for us to not take life too seriously and look on the lighter side. And one of our more famous and prominent and loving comedians that we love is Swami Beyondananda. He's the cosmic alter ego of writer, humorist, performer, and uncommentator Steve Behrman. And I just am waiting to see what he has to say about our connection with the animal kingdom. Hello, Swami.
Well, hello, how are you? It is so great to be here on this very special night because I love what Ellie had to say. Essentially, what she was saying is that nature is our hotline, our direct line to love and joy. And oddly enough, this is a Saturday night when here in this country, we go into daylight savings time, which is always confusing to me because I still have plenty of daylight saved up from last time. Although I think that if I ever go through a dark night of the soul, I'm prepared, yes. And so I really want to acknowledge Scott and Debra and Jan and Jay for a show that is honoring our fur bearers. And this is very, very important. Animal intelligence. I was so happy to hear Katura talk about the intelligence of dolphins. Now, it's not just because she says so. There's actual proof that dolphins may actually be more intelligent than humans. And here's the proof. nowhere has there ever been a dolphin that has started a theme park called Land World, where they make humans do stupid pet tricks like catch hamburgers in their mouths, okay? So that is a sign dolphins are already more intelligent. And speaking of animals, I am a dog. I am a dog in Chinese astrology. But in dyslexic Chinese astrology, I'm a god. I'm a god. But in fact, years ago, I did a program called Teach Your Dog to Heal, because dogs are natural healers. When you come in contact with a friendly dog, your body secretes these hormones called peptides. And these produce phytochemicals, which make you actually happy. And of course, this is why there are these people that bring dogs into hospitals. They bring dogs in to help people heal, because they have found that there's an active compound in dog saliva called love potion canine. Very important. And you probably have heard about that group that brings dogs into hospitals, the Salivation Army. The Salivation Army. Now, in my tradition, cows are sacred. And of course, my slogan is, when you see a sacred cow, milk it for all it's worth. And the reason why cows are sacred, not many people know this, it's because Om, spelled backwards, is moo. Bet you didn't know that. Now, speaking of yoga, have you ever tried goat yoga? No, that's not goat yogurt. Goat yoga, yoga with goats. Not big goats, little kids. And as people are doing yoga, I've tried this, and it's really quite amazing. As you're doing yoga, as you're in your poses, these little goats climb on top of you, and some of them will butt you in the head and so on. And it has become so popular that there is actually even a new book out called Women Who Downwardly Dog with the Goats. Very, you should see this book. And apparently this is actually part of a tradition. I read that it is part of, it is an aspect of Vini yoga. Vini yoga. Of course, last time I talked to Vinny, he didn't know anything about it. But it is fun and it is funny. You know, people take their spiritual paths and practices so seriously, and you cannot be serious when you're being kidded by a little kid. Butting heads with little goats reminds us of how we can be butt heads when we insist on using our minds, overusing our minds. And the purpose of this goat yoga is to take us completely out of our minds and put us into our heart. And that is the focus of laughter. That is the focus of laughter, because often there's an aha in the wake of the ha-ha, and then there's an ah. As we leave the dueling dualities and conflicts of the head, we leave the static of the head for the ecstatic of the heart. And that is why I have my power animal with me at all times. Bullwinkle, you can see him right here. Yes, that's my Musafix. And I'll tell you why. Because if you channel Bullwinkle to tell people your problems, it sounds funnier. So let's say you lost your job and you have no money. Channel Bullwinkle. I just lost my job and I have no money. That is a little funnier. It's a little funnier. So I am wearing my Musafix in honor of this animal. Okay, so this is very, very important that we recognize that the power that animals bring to us is they bring us joy without words, love without words, and the communication is more direct and more powerful. So what I wish for you is that you laugh, laugh, laugh till the sacred cows come home. Namaste and namasko.
Well, hold on, Swami. I'm not going to let you go quite that fast.
Okay.
That was, first of all, we love you. And while you were talking, I actually pulled up, some of you might have seen it when we were showing our animal video, there is goat yoga, which you were talking about. So goat yoga is a very real thing.
Yeah.
Just so people thought that that wasn't true.
And people say, bah, but no, it's really true. It's really true.
I love, can you imagine how amazing this brain is to come up with all the plays on words that you come up with, really?
But one more thing about goat yoga, they actually did a survey and 4 out of 5 goats love it.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Now, one of the things about Swami is we are expanding out. and we're beginning to do workshops with our favorite people. Tomorrow, we're doing a big full-day event with Andrew Harvey, and because we love Swami and we know you all are going to want to have a lot more opportunity to really play with Swami, he is blessing us with an April Fool's Night, this April Fool's Day, an April Fool's Night experience just for Saturday Night Alive. So it's going to be a special cosmic event. It's going to be Thursday night, April 1st, April Fool's Day, at 6 o'clock California time, same time that our show starts. So please join us. Debra is putting into the chat box the link where you can buy your tickets. It's very inexpensive. And let's all come together and get not just Swami, but we're also going to get to see this other guy that kind of hangs out with Swami named Steve Bierman. So it's going to be an evening of Swami and Steve, and we're really, really excited. Can you give us just one quick little teaser, homeopathic dose of what's going to happen on April Fool's Day?
Well, yes, I am going to deliver the annual State of the Universe address. And I'll give you the short form, the state of the universe, ever-changing, same as always. And of course, if you have any answerable questions, the Swami will have questionable answers for you.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much, Swami. Say hi to my buddy, Steve.
Okay.
And I look forward to seeing a full 90 minutes with you on April Fools. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you so much. You know, it is really cool how our show is growing and expanding because of all of you. You are the Global Peace Tribe, and we are now branching out and doing workshops with Swami and with Andrew Harvey. We are bringing more and more organizations to you. We're all growing together, and it continues. I want to thank those of you who have put money into our GoFundMe over the last couple of weeks. Our nonprofit organization was us. And some of you donated to our GoFundMe. And so that has given Debra and I the support we needed to go forward. And we're going to create another season. We're calling it Season 5, Time to Thrive. And so we really want to encourage you now. You can start registering for our new season. You know, we always do it in 3-month chunks. So Season 5, Time to Thrive, will be 13 more shows, April, May, and June. And we want to invite you to come and be a part of that. And so to tell us a little bit more about the new season and how to work with it, of course, I'm going to bring on my partner, Debra.
Thank you, Scott. And again, I want to thank you for your donations when you register for the next season, because your green love that you give to us when you register really helps us create quality shows, have a team, and send it right back out to you. So thank you so much for your donations when you register. And all those people who gave us more than $50 for this season, that's for 13 shows, we have a supporters party each season. And this time it's going to be Thursday, March 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. PST. And we're going to have John Gray with us from Mars and Venus fame. We're going to have Johanna Onehart, incredible musician that comes and performs with us regularly. And Swami Beyondananda is going to come back. So it's a really fun party that we get to connect and have a lot of fun. And so again, if you donate over $50, you can be a part of that. So thank you. And yeah, we have come up with a new season. It's amazing the ideas we get from the universe and from you, and we just make it happen. Like this incredible show tonight was just a seed thought, and then with creative juice and sprinkle juju on it, and look at what we've created. So thank you so much. And I'll tell you just a little bit about the new season. On April 3rd is actually our first anniversary. That's when we started Saturday Night Alive a year ago. And we are going to feature special moments of Saturday Night Alive. And that's where we take a lot of our keynote speakers and musicians, and you get to see them all in one evening. We did this in December. It was really popular, and we're going to do this for you again. April 10th is manifesting a natural economy. Well, a lot is shifting in our economic world, yet we do have the power to manifest abundance. And we're going to bring on very special teachers and keynotes that can share about that. April 17th, we're going to celebrate Earth Day as the new ecology rising. Have some really incredible speakers and musicians that are sharing what the new ecology is all about. April 24th, a very popular subject, near-death experience, tales from the beyond. Again, we're going to have really prominent people here to share their experience of the near-death experience. And on May 1st, one of our most popular shows that we've done, and this is number 5 show, is Indigenous Wisdom. And we are going to span the globe with Indigenous Wisdom. That is sponsored by Jay Mayer and Jan. And May 8th is Integration of the Divine Feminine and Masculine. We always have a really popular Divine Feminine show, but it's really time to bring in the Sacred Masculine and the power of the Sacred Masculine Feminine work together, because that's really what it's all about. And May 15th is Awakening with Global Coherence Pulse. They always come and do an amazing show for us each season. And Scott, do you want to take over and share the rest of the shows?
Sure, would love to. On May 22nd, we're going to be tackling a really important topic: addiction, recovery, and suicide. And we're going to be bringing in experts and people who really can help give us tools for those of us that are dealing with it, whether it's directly ourselves or beloved family members. And I want to thank Jerry Anderson and the Mystic Monastery for being one of our sponsors for that show. Then on May 29th, our good friend Mark Sims is coming back, and we're doing another show on making contact with our galactic family. And as always, we'll have some incredible people who are very connected to our star family sharing wisdom with us. On June 5th, Lori Grace is going to be sponsoring a show on brain fitness. And it is remarkable the people she's lining up to help educate us about the relationship between our brain and our body and tools that we can all practice to have better optimized health in our life. June 12th, we always enjoy doing relationship shows. And so we're going to have a very special show all on relationships. And on June 19th, it's summer solstice, or for our friends in Australia and South America, winter solstice. So again, Debra's going to put together a very special solstice event. And then finally, our final show of the season will be again Indigenous wisdom and spiritual wisdom, and bringing them together. And that's going to be co-sponsored by Jay Mayer and Light Touch and Jerry Anderson and the Mystic Monastery. So we really appreciate how we have more sponsors coming in. We are all learning how to collaborate together. It's really, really beautiful and very exciting. You know, this show began as a fundraiser. What happened was Debra was going to host our good friend Fantuzzi, who was suffering from Lyme's disease, at her home. And she was going to have a live event there. And the pandemic hit and COVID hit. And so Debra called me and said, Scott, we can't do this live event, but I know you do a lot of online stuff. Would you be willing to work with me on hosting an online fundraiser for Fantuzzi? I said, sure. And that's how Saturday Night Alive began. We thought it was going to be a one-time thing. But people really enjoyed it. And so the next week we did it again. And then we started noticing particular themes, and we started attracting more and more speakers of greater repute, if you will. And it just kept growing and growing. And soon we had people like Marianne Williamson and Deepak Chopra. And then we started getting emails from people saying, your show is my lifeline. Your show, now that I can't go to church or I can't go to concerts, I can't go to fundraising events, your show is what keeps me connected to community. And so our show has really been a direct, it grew out of COVID. Just like Kutira was sharing with us earlier tonight about how one of the blessings of COVID and the pandemic is that we're traveling less. and the environment is healthier. The whales and dolphins are happier. And I like to think that now that we've grown into this really remarkable kind of gathering place for you, the Global Peace Tribe, we are also one of the blessings that's come out of this pandemic. Well, as fate would have it, we invited Sean Galloway to be one of our musicians tonight. And so during the sound check with Sean, I said, Sean, why don't you play a little bit of the song you're going to play for me tonight? He said, you know, a friend of mine suggested a song, and I hope you guys like it. I hope you think it's appropriate. And as he started to play it, I started to cry. Now, as you all know, I do cry easily, but it was like so perfect. And it was amazing because on the agenda, we had Sean coming right on after we announced our new season. And how perfect. Sean Galloway is here to share a song about coping with the pandemic. So welcome back, Sean, one of our favorite musicians. And thank you for the kismet of you choosing this particular song to play tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me back. And this song is called Again. And I would like to dedicate it to the animal kingdom, and especially for those animals that have reached into our life to help us process the grief that we've all experienced from, the many losses that we've all shared during this time. So, I've had great experiences, especially when I'm really hurting and an animal will come and sit in my lap, and especially a cat, and just feel the heartbeat and the pulse and just feeling the nurturing from these amazing beings. So anyway, this goes out to them and to you out there. And I hope this gives you some hope. So this is called Again. Fear that I feel, I've been lost for what's real, from the grief that plagues my soul. Will these tears ever end? I'm calling on you, friend. Hold my hand. No, till together we know we can begin to mend this disease haunting me, and everyone I see has brought us to our knees as we pray for a cure, for a peace that is pure. Hold our hands till together we know we can begin to mend and heal our hearts again. Soon to come, as our eyes greet the sun and the warmth starts to flow like spring upon the fields, giving rise to what's real. Hand in hand together we'll know we can begin to mend and no longer feel the night. I'm sorry, and know the fearful night can no longer steal our light. Across the land, together we'll see we can begin to mend and live in love again.
My God, that's such a beautiful, beautiful song. Sean, you're such a gift, and I always enjoy having you on the show. We're going to play one of Sean's amazing videos a little bit later on today. But I just want to remind people that you can learn a lot more by going to his website. It's his name, Sean Galloway, but let me spell it for you. It's Sean spelled S-H-A-W-N, and Galloway with A's, G-A-L-L-A-W-A-Y. W-A-Y, SeanGalloway.com. And you know what I realized listening to you tonight is the incredible similarity to Cat Stevens, both in terms of your vocal quality, but with your heart. You know, I think Cat Stevens has lasted so long because he has so much heart in what he plays. And same thing, every time I listen to you and watch your songs, whether it's a video or live, you have so much heart that you bring into your music, Sean. And I really appreciate that a lot.
Well, thank you. He's one of my my favorites and a great inspiration. So yeah, thank you. That's a high compliment.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's a remarkable human being. Thank you, Sean, and we'll see a little bit more of you later on tonight. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we have something very magical coming up next, and here's kind of a fun way to introduce it.
He's been seen on the hit TV show Masters of Illusion on the CW network, Fox TV's Master Chef, ABC News, Fox Morning News, NBC News, and the TEDx stage. An award-winning magician, inspirational speaker, and a man of many diverse talents. Please welcome to the stage, let him hear your energy, and make some noise for Sean J.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Global Peace Tribe. Thank you, Scott, for that intro, a magical mystery. Hope you guys can see and hear me okay. If you can I get a thumbs up real quick?
You're good.
We're good. We're good. Excellent. Well, this show was an interesting challenge for me. Scott kind of threw me a curveball. He's like, we want you to customize your magic. The theme of our show is, our connection with animals, and he had faith that I could do this because of my creative mind, and we'll be talking a little bit about one of my other creative projects a little bit later after I do this little demonstration here. So I'm Sean J, and I'm based in the East Coast, coming to you live from North Carolina, and I am an animal lover myself. That's why I actually was excited about doing this program. I had a rat terrier dog for 16 and a half years. He lived a very long, happy, spoiled life, and he was a good boy, and so I'm a big animal supporter, and so I'm happy to be here. I have another pet that I'm very excited to showcase to you guys. You guys want to see him?
Yeah.
Okay, his name is Spot. Okay, come on, come on. Oh, hold on, we need a little bit of help. Just maybe we need like a visual aid here. I got an idea. All right, here we go. Just give me a second okay, now you should be able to see. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please. Drum roll on your knees. If you're sitting at a desk, drum roll on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Spot. Ta-da! World famous Spot. Here he is. He's He's an amazing trickster, actually, even though it looks like just a spot on a playing card. And by the way, I just want to show you guys that this is the only spot that we have here. So I want you all to keep your eye on the spot. As I'm going to show you how fast Spot moves. I don't have a cage for him. I haven't figured out how to build a cage around such a small, thin object. But if you watch the Spot, I'm going to take the Spot and we're going to do this. Watch the Spot. If I place Spot right in the very center, even though Spot tries to hide, quick as a flash. He's not there. You would clearly see if he was, and he's not here either. You would clearly see him there. But can we get the other Sean on this?
Sure, sure.
I'm here with you.
Okay, you're here with me. I cannot see.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. There you are. All right, Sean. So you're going to say the magic words, which are here, Spot.
Here, Spot.
That's right. Quick as a flash. Look.
Oh, wow.
Back right where we started again. That was pretty fast, wasn't it? You want me to do it again? Maybe you weren't knowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again. You can see Spot. It's the only spot. There are no other spots. And I will take Spot, and I will very carefully, you can see, Spot likes to hide and bury in the ground, bury in the blankets that he has, that he sleeps in. But then, as you can see, he's not there. He's buried in the center. He's not here. Just say, here, Spot.
Here, Spot.
And he's back again. This is starting to get ridiculous. Now, maybe you're thinking somehow there's like something special that sticks to the back or something here. So this time I'm going to let you see the moment that Spot jumps back on where you can see him. So you know what, actually, you know what I'm going to do for you, Sean? I'm going to take Spot and I'm going to toss him to you, okay? And you're going to catch him.
All right.
So I want you to get ready to catch Spot, okay?
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. He jumps off the card. Catch him. He's now invisible. He's inside of your hand. Now I want you to take him. Can you see him? Can you feel him?
Yeah.
Look at this. Spot is no longer there. He's no longer there. Now I want you to take the Spot and I want you to, on the count of 3, what you're going to do is you're going to toss it back to me. You're going to toss Spot back to me. I'm going to catch Spot. Here we go. Nothing in my hands. Ready, set, go. Perfect. Spot. I got him. I got him right here. I got him right here. Back where he came from. Now, remember, this is very fast. Spot moves very fast. He's very elusive. And what I'm going to do now is something rather deep and inspirational, because you see, the reason why we're all watching this program, the Global Peace Tribe, and the reason why I've introduced you to my friend and pet Spot is because although it just looks like a spot of ink on a playing card, you see, we're here at the Global Peace Tribe to think in new ways. We're here to expand our mind, expand the way we think. And if we expand our mind and expand the way we think, we can take this simple Spot and have a breakthrough in a whole way. And that, my friends, is Spot.
Oh, that's great.
I enjoyed my friend the Spot.
You know, I want everybody to know it really is true that I thought to myself, who could come up with something fast on animals? And we thought of Sean. And I also want you to know that Sean Jay and Sean Galloway never met before. And kind of just before the show began, I said, hey, do you need somebody to help out? And so, yeah, so Sean Galloway volunteered. So this is all this amazing, spontaneous, you could say it's spontaneous.
Spontaneous. Hey. I like you, Scott on Spot.
Yeah, that's right. Or Scottaneous, to be spontaneous about making it spontaneous.
Just don't overthink it, though. It's really simple. It's just
we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. So Sean's going to come back a little bit later. Sean J. and Sean Galloway, actually, both coming back a little bit later.
Thank you to my brother from another mother, Sean Galloway.
But I want to, hey, Sean, for Sean J., I'm going to play a little video. Tell us about what we're about to see here. You've got something pretty cool that you're about to start.
Yes.
Podcast.
Yes. So when I mentioned creativity, and that's why you guys had me back, I'm always thinking on my feet. And what a lot of people don't know is when I'm not performing and speaking at events, I have other passions like 3D design, 3D printing. Even this guy right here, this picture right here was all designed on the computer, and I printed it out using the magic of 3D printing technology. It's a tribute to a great magician from the past, Harry Blackstone Jr. And so I decided to make something positive out of the pandemic, and I started a podcast, an inspirational podcast show that's both on YouTube and on Spotify called Making Magic with Sean J. And it's all about inspiring interviews with the movers, the shakers, the visionaries, and the makers, pulling back the curtains and sharing with you the wizards behind the curtain that make the magic for you. And so I interview some of my creative friends, and some of them are magicians and some of them won't be, but just really creative people that make their own things or create their own ideas like I do. And hopefully I can inspire you guys to think in new ways as well.
And so here's a short little video that's just a teaser.
Yes! Sorry, I got a lot of accessories.
No, I see that. But save it for the official interview. So I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1, and then we'll go for real.
Oh, I thought you were recording.
I am recording now, and maybe I can chop it in.
Oh,
but
go.
Go. That's the intro to episode 1.
And how do people get that, Sean? How do people find it?
They can go to my website, seanjmagic.com/podcast. And the Sean J Magic, the spelling of that is on the promo postcard graphic I sent you.
Okay.
And the podcast is there. You can see the video interview like you saw, or you could listen to it in your car while you're driving to work on Spotify. If you type in Making Magic with SHAUNJAY, you should find it.
And I'm going to pull that podcast up right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I pulled up the wrong postcard. You sent me 2 postcards.
Yeah, sorry
for the wrong one. What can I say? All right, here we go. Here is the proper promotional postcard.
Yes, Janice. It is on Spotify. And it's on Spotify. I've also embedded it in my website. So if you go to seanjmagic.com, like it's spelled there, click on podcast button, you'll see the video and then the audio version. You can follow it on Spotify and et cetera, et cetera. That's how you can find it.
Fantastic. Sean, you rock.
Thank you.
And he'll be back. So stay tuned. Don't go away. We've got more Sean J, more Sean Galloway, and some amazing other speakers.
Thanks, guys.
And now it is time for... It is time for the Global Peace Tribe announcements. This is where we come in and we thank you all for watching. And again, a reminder, those of you, thousands of you watching on Facebook or YouTube channels, come on into the Zoom room. We still got a lot of show left. And it's really fun to see all that's going on in the chat box. And you can chat directly with Sean J, Sean Galloway, Swami Steve, and some of the other people you've either seen or that you're about to see. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com and join us. It's really fun. So again, you go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. And because I'm kind of mentioning that, a lot of you are watching us on our broadcast partners, and we want to thank our broadcast partners. Unify has really changed our whole relationship because now Unify helps get us out to the world. And we're really grateful for those of you watching on Unify and for all of our friends at Unify. We want to thank the Sign Network, John and Summer Raymer. They are who get us out to over 100 Facebook groups and pages. So yep, a lot of you are watching us right now on a Facebook group or page because the Sign Network made that happen. Alan Steinfeld, our good friend, quite the expert on UFO stuff. He's got the New Realities YouTube channel. I know a lot of you watch us there. A lot of us watch the replays on that particular YouTube channel. Of course, Jay Mayer and Light Touch is our sponsor for the show and the executive producer of Saturday Night Alive. New Earth One of our new broadcast partners we're grateful for. And my company, Love Coach Academy. Then there's Earth Dance Global, Humanities Team, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest, Global Days of Unity, Earthwalk United, all friends of ours, Aquarius, and our newest broadcast partner, the Enlightened World Network. And I'm really appreciating learning more and more about that organization. And Ruth Anderson's going to be my guest on an upcoming Sacred Sunday show. And she carries all of our shows. So thank you, Ruth, and the Enlightened World Network. Well, we mentioned that next week we've got a really special show, and Persephone has a little bit more to tell us about who our guests are going to be next week.
Join us for a special Saturday Night Alive on March 20th at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. I, as Persephone, will lead you through whether spring in the Northern Hemisphere or autumn in the Southern Hemisphere. My spring remains eternal, above or below world. To enter this new earth paradigm, you must know that the shadow and the light are equal at this time, and I will carry you, if you need me, with my mycelium family to create the proper networks. If you are going under, into the underworld, you will comfort those around you as you bring your shadow into the light. And if you are with us emerging in the spring, be prepared to blossom with your beauty and your greatness. Be one with the Persephone medicine, the magic. Be one with your transformation. Be fearless.
And the special guests that we're going to have, you know what, we've got 2 Guinevere videos. Oh my gosh, this is such an abundance of riches with all these amazing videos that we get to have. So let me play part 2, the proper video. I'm going to just start all over again here. One of these days, we're going to get somebody who can come in and do kind of all the technology stuff. So all I got to do is worry about hosting. But it's also kind of fun. All right, here we go. Here's the proper part 2 of Persephone.
Equinox, activating the optimum timeline for the new Earth. Our luminaries are Neil Donald Walsh, Sandra Walters, and Activation. Tom Palladino, myself, Guinevere Bridge. Sheila Gillette, channeling for Theo and Mark Gillette. Energetic activation with Sananda and Shakina. Musical artists are Kristen Hoffman, Cornflower, Rochelle Renaissé. Join us on March 20th for the special Saturday Night Alive, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. See us there and begin the transformation.
It's going to be a great show. And to tell us more about what we've got remaining and continue with Mitchell announcements, here's my partner, Debra.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, the Equinox show, just like all of our shows on Equinox and Solstice, are very powerful. because they are portals and they are activation timelines. So this is a time when we can gather as a global peace tribe and really set into motion powerful prayers, powerful activations. And this equinox is going to be about activating the optimum timeline for you and your world. Because spring is a time when things open up, things get reborn, and we can sort of feel that in our world. We've been shut down for a whole year now, but there's a little light there at the end of the tunnel. And we as a collective and as a community can really blast open that light and that love and that optimum reality that we're wanting to create for this new world we're going to birth now. And we have amazing spiritual teachers that are going to be on this show, and we're going to do deep prayer and deep activation. So it's going to be really powerful. And our last show of the season is again going to be a powerful show on Indigenous wisdom. This is created by, again, Jan Kaplan and Jay Mayer. So we are so grateful to them. And it's going to be very special in that it's going to be about women, Indigenous women. It's still Women's History Month, and we are going to be featuring amazing and highly accomplished Indigenous women. Joanne Shenandoah has worked with Jan to invite a lot of these really powerful women that are doing a lot in the world. Joanne Shenandoah is a Grammy Award winner with over 40 music awards and 18 recordings. And we are inviting Louise McDonald Hermes. She's Bear Clan mother for the Mohawk Nation Council. We will have Susan Maston. She's a Yurok tribal leader and past Yurok tribal chairperson, and she is a political activist involved with many tribal and women's issues. We will have Michelle Shenandoah. She's an inspirational speaker, writer, thought leader, and traditional member of the Oneida Nation Wolf Clan. We will also have Susan Shone Harajo. She's Cheyenne, and Huda Julie, sorry, I can't pronounce that totally, but she's an award-winning writer, curator, political activist, and she developed landmark laws and led a lot of campaigns for Native and Indigenous rights and people. We'll have Joelle Romero. She's an actress and award-winning director. Sasheen Littlefeather, she's an Apache actress and activist. And Pura Fee, who is an Indigenous activist, singer, and songwriter. So again, it's going to be an amazing show with the power of the feminine rising through the Indigenous. Really going to be an amazing show. Thank you so much, Jay and Jan, for bringing forward this great show. And there they are again. such gratitude. And again, we invite you to sign up and register. And I'm going to put that in the chat room for our next season, and we're going to have more of this. And registering now really helps us move all the green love forward so we can continue to produce these shows for you. So thank you, everyone that's supporting. Thank you, Jay and Jan, for this amazing show. And thank you, Scott.
So I'm going to keep Jay and Jan on for a moment because, you know, you all hear a lot about light touch, and they're, of course, who created it. And so, you know, the show's gone on for 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2:45 for those who came in for the early Zoom room, and we still got a lot left. So we're going to play some really fun music, and I want to encourage you to do some light touch. Awaken your senses. Light touch is a wonderful way for us to just honor our body temple. And so as I play this video, you're going to see Jay and Jan practicing light touch. I'm going to practice. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a head rub. And let's kind of just get ready for the next part of our show. All right, here we go. Yep, and we can even do light touch. I'm getting a light tongue from Boobily here. There's light touch and now there's light tongue, which I appreciate. Oh gosh. All right, so now to introduce this next amazing speaker, we're going to take a look at a video introducing Chris Irwin, who is all about honoring horses and the sacred horse. So let's take a look.
Have you ever considered what we ask of our horses? Whether we ride English or Western, drive harness horses or train race horses, a horse is a horse is a horse. And from veterinarians to farriers, chiropractors, massage therapists, or equine-assisted facilitators, we are all asking, to one degree or another, the same qualities of being from our horses. Respect, trust, focus, willingness. These are the leadership assets we must earn from the horse. But leadership is a means to an end. What is it we are truly asking of our horses? We expect our horses to embrace the unknown. We always know the agenda, but they do not. Our horses have no idea what we will be asking of them next. We are playing God with our horses as we ask them to embrace their vulnerability and allow us to lead them into the unknown. Horsemanship is not as simple as a playful exercise in partnership. Horsemanship is true leadership applied without words. And a leader is someone who first and foremost manages his or herself in order to better influence and be of service to others. And what do horses need from their leaders? They need from us what many of us would like to see and hear from ourselves and each other. They need us to have a calm, focused assurance. They need us to be both strong and compassionate. Horses need us to be consistently, consciously aware. In fact, horses need us to be our best selves. Horsemanship is sacred horse sense. We must balance our predatory achieving nature with our vulnerability, our prey side. We must balance our male or yang energy with our female yin. At any given moment, we must balance how our past experiences affect our next steps into the future. We must balance a determined focus with empathetic awareness. We must be the distinction of assertive but never aggressive. We must maintain personal boundaries and decisiveness with openness, gentleness, and receptivity. Sacred horse sense is the awareness to see past illusions in marketing and look honestly and appreciatively at true leadership as experienced in the mind, body, and spirit of the horse. We must ask not what our horses can do for us, but rather, what can we do for our horses? We are playing God. We must be who our horses need us to be so they can calmly and confidently ride forward into the valley of the unknown. And they shall fear no evil, because we are worthy.
Wow. Well, you're now looking at Chris Irwin, who is really helping us to understand about seeing horses as sacred. He's a world-renowned horseman, trainer of top trainers, international best-selling author, and he's the creator of Horse Sense for Human Potential. I'm going to say that again. Think about it. Horse Sense for Human Potential. Horse and Rider magazine said, nobody explains the horse-human relationship better than Chris Irwin. Hall of Fame jockey Sandy Hawley said, absolutely amazing. I wish I could have ridden a Chris Irwin horse. But Leif Hallberg best sums up Chris's creative genius in her tome, Walking the Way of the Horse, by proclaiming that Chris Irwin's insights are bold, and I quote, possibly the most useful and impact concepts presented in any book. We are really blessed to have Chris with us. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. The feeling's mutual. To all brothers and sisters out there in the Global Peace Tribe, I am truly honored to be here this evening. I'm coming to you from British Columbia, the Rocky Mountains up here in Canada, beautiful little town called Valemount. at a place where I work with a great team of friends called Willow Ranch Sanctuary. I'm stunned, actually, by how much I've been enjoying this evening. It's quite the mix, and I've been taking notes. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. And Persephone, a few minutes ago, triggered something in me when she was talking about the balance between the light and the dark coming up, and talking about embracing your fear. And I'm going to tie that together. That's going to come full circle with the horses in just a few minutes. Notes just from this evening. Debra, earlier this evening, your beautiful co-host there, Scott, she talked about, quote, challenging but evolutionary, when she was talking about the corona crisis, that it's been challenging but evolutionary. When I heard her say that, and I heard Persephone talking about the balance of the light and the dark, I actually felt a little more at ease with what I want to share with you all this evening. Because I do need to go into the dark. I need to bring it into the light, but I do need to go into the dark first. And why I say that is the theme this evening of understanding and communicating with our animal friends. And this sentence really moved me. I'd like to read it. It's in the marketing for this evening. It's our theme. We hope to unlock the unspoken worlds that our unconditionally loving friends can teach us. When I asked myself the key words there, unlock and unspoken, what does that bring up for me after a lifetime of working with horses? And as you watch that video, it's a very old video. We do have, if we do this again, Scott, we do have a clearer, more recent video. But it's easy to watch that video and see horses for the magnificent creatures they are. But what is unspoken, what we need to unlock, is the dark reality, not just about horses. In America alone, over 1 million dogs a year end up euthanized because of behavior issues, because people can't get along with those dogs. And with horses, around the world, it's about 400,000 a year are euthanized because we can't get along with them. So I know that's a heavy place, and we're going to bring it into the light, but I do need to go there, because what is unspoken in relationship between animals and humans is what our definition as spiritual seekers, what our definition is of unconditional love. About 100,000 women in the United States alone each year have traumatic injuries from horses. So what horses bring to this evening's discussion is a grounding in reality that we can't just live in the upper chakras from the heart up. We need to get a little more grounded when dealing with the animals. And perhaps the first thing to look at is the distinction between, in understanding animals, is the distinction between predator and prey. Most of the animals we're talking about this evening have been predators. Dogs, wolves, whales, dolphins, they're predators. And there's nothing wrong with predators. We love predators. But horses are the polar opposite. They're prey animals. So when we talk about prey animals, we need to start looking at the shepherding model. Truly, to work with horses, one of the first things that comes up when we talk about predator and prey is we get to evolve beyond metaphors in the esoteric, and working with horses can be a practical experience in balancing the line with our lamb. The inner ones, we all talk about male and female balance, but there is a predator and prey balance that needs to be looked at. And next, when we talk about understanding horses is, well, how they live. They live a somatic experience, the ultimate somatic experience. With horses, I talk about them living in a reality of frame of body is frame of mind. And this was alluded to earlier by a previous speaker talking, I believe it was Ananda, Swami Ananda, talking about the chemistry. You know, when you meet a dog you've never met before, and they want you to pet them and love on them. You've never met this dog. So you're not its leader, you're not its partner, you don't have a bond. What is going on that it isn't so insatiable about getting the loving? Well, the loving is a chemical experience. Dogs get oxytocin when we pet them. People, our bodies create nice feeling chemicals when we pet the animals. Horses live in a reality of frame of body is frame of mind. So what that means is, if a horse was in distress, if its being was flooded with the adrenaline of fear or anger, that if we have an altruistic desire to serve that horse and help it, we actually have to know how to shapeshift its body, literally. I'm a shapeshifter. I use the body out of the energies out of my body, and it's like Tai Chi. We're going to get there in the communications. But the energies out of my body, like leaning forward into the camera to push into it or draw away from it, bending, twisting, blocking, pushing. These energies come out of our body into the horse's body and change the shape. And the different shapes affect different chemistries. We're shape-shifting their spinal column to shape-shift their chemistry to help their behavior. So the frame of body with horses creates the frame of mind. And historically, our ancestors known this. This is where sayings like level-headed come from. That's a shape. Well-rounded, nose out of joint. All of these sayings stuck up. When you hear words like, we're getting worked up and we need to calm down. These are literal physical messages about how our body, the temple of our soul, is affecting our mind, is affecting the chemistry, is affecting our behavior. So with horses, it's the physics of our metaphysics. With horses, we have this opportunity to evolve beyond the esoteric and practice in the temple of our soul a discipline of shape-shifting, using our energies to help shape horses into shapes that they not only respect and trust, but they appreciate. They love it. Third, in understanding horses, I alluded to this in the video. When I ask my students, what are we asking of horses? They say things typically like respect or trust, focus and willingness, and these are all true. But those are leadership means towards an end. When we put the horse in the horse trailer, we know where we're going with it. The horse doesn't know. When we buy and sell horses, this came up earlier in the video from the gentle barn. It's the same message. That poor cow and her calf. The animals never know what we're going to do with them or to them next. So to understand horses truly is to understand that they are prey animals at the effect of our bodies and how our bodies make them feel, while we're trying to have fun and ask them to enjoy the experience of us leading their vulnerability into the unknown. So for me, the most important message that comes from understanding horses is that we do need to lead them. And as we lead them, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could evolve enough to actually lead by example? So the ultimate with horses is we need to learn to embrace our vulnerability to lead them with authenticity. again, I'll speak for myself personally, stepping beyond the esoteric. What I often have to do for my job is work with the horses that nobody else wants to anymore. In front, performance anxiety in front of thousands of people riding the horse that has crippled everyone else. So for me, working with horses is a practical self-discipline in embracing vulnerability. But take it to the communication. Horses communicate with body language. I'm already way over, aren't I?
Yeah. But I just want to, because you are about 2 or 3 minutes over already, and it's fascinating. So I definitely want to also schedule a time to have a greater, longer, and it's a particular interest to me too, to be honest, because my mother raised Morgan horses. And so I grew up very much around horses, and I'm learning, I grew up with it, and I'm learning what you just shared about leading them into the vulnerability of the unknown. I think we have to end somewhere. Let's end with those words, because they're powerful words for us to reflect on with our animals, leading them into the vulnerability of the unknown. That's
by example.
By example. By example.
If I could have 30 more seconds,
Absolutely. Yeah.
What riders, if we have any equestrians watching this evening, what we talk about as the ultimate experience riding a horse is this lightness in the movement, like powder skiing, for those of you who are skiers. And that lightness, to have a horse that is that light, that is just dancing with you, we call that in the horse world throughness. And it's not a metaphor, it's very similar to us talking about our chakras and our energies and throughness. And I believe that the ultimate experience in working with horses is that to lead them by example, we have to balance our male and our female energy, our predator and our prey, which is a whole nother conversation to have sometime, and to balance the ability to work with the horse for our enjoyment, but serve it in the process. When we bring all those into balance, I think then we as sentient beings come into balance. And then we reach that conscious connection with the collective. I believe that working with horses is a self-discipline, a spiritual warrior's process to conscious connection with the divine. To me, that's what it's all about.
Chris, while you've been talking, there's several shows that my company does online. And one of them is called Universal Heart Wisdom, hosted by a wonderful woman named Debra Haviland. And she's suggesting having you as a sole guest on that show. It's on Thursday afternoons at 3 o'clock. Can we arrange that with you?
Definitely, brother. I'm all in.
Great, great. And maybe we'll even do it during the show tonight so we can announce it. I'll start a cell phone text thread with you and her and we'll set a date, because clearly there's so much you have to share, so much. I never knew about the predator and prey perspective of within ourselves, because you're right, we talk all the time about divine masculine and feminine and harmonizing. I've never thought about my inner predator and my inner prey. That's really powerful.
With love in mind. Here's my real message with horses. We've all seen the child loving the kitten. The intention in the child's mind is honorable, and in the heart it's honorable. But the kitten's not always loving the loving. To me, this is the evolution of our path as spiritual warriors, is what does it take for us to become grounded and authentic so that the animals are loving the loving? When I say child and kitten, everyone knows what I'm talking about, that naivete. But adults have that as well with animals. So we can evolve. We can truly evolve.
Thank you so much, Chris. And two things. We will have him on our Heart Wisdom show next Thursday, if you're available, we'll check and see, but if you're available next Thursday at 3 o'clock Pacific time, we can have, does that work for you?
I'll make a point of it, absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's a set date, and we'll put all that information in. And you can learn more about Chris, and a lot of people saying, I want to learn more, by going to his website, which is his name, chrisirwin.com, CHRISIRWIN.com. And look, there we are. So thank you, Chris, for promoting this show that you're on tonight. And there's a lot of beautiful, beautiful things there. Irwin Insights, incomparable to any other training system. So let's all check out chrisirwin.com. Please join us for our Universal Heart Wisdom Show, hosted by Debra Haviland next Thursday, 3 o'clock Pacific time, for a full hour with Chris Irwin. And really looking forward to that, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott. I'm gonna stay right here for the rest of the show.
All right, well, that's a great segue, because everybody stick around. There's a lot more still to come, as you're about to see. So we've got a lot. Plus, we also have Carol Baskin from the Tiger King coming up later on in the show as well. So stick around. Debra, are you there to introduce our next musical performer?
Definitely.
There you are. Okay. You know what happens? It doesn't let me, when your camera's off, it doesn't let me put you on spotlight. There you are.
Great. Again, what a beautiful show. Thank you, Jan and Jay, and to all the presenters. Everyone's spectacular. And now we get to raise the vibration again with Daniel Balone. Again, he's a spiritual teacher and a musician. And we're so ready to have some music again, just to get on this love, unconditional love vibration that we have here tonight. Welcome, Daniel, again.
Thank you, Debra. I would like to share a mantra that is repeating the word Muktoham. Mukti in Sanskrit is the highest state of consciousness. And our friends, our animals, reminds us of what is to live without the interference of the mind. Human beings, we have all these psychological processes that doesn't allow us to be present in this moment. But animals are totally present. They're all the time ready to live, to be here and now. So mukti is that state that the Buddha has achieved, Jesus had, and so many other saints and sages, where you're fully present in this moment. So the mantra is saying muktoham. Aham is I am. So muktoham is I am awakened. I am free from the mind. The mantra continues saying Brahma Ananda Aham. Brahmanandoham. So I am the joy of the ultimate cosmic being, Brahman. And then the mantra ends with Om Mani Padme Hum. I am that lustrous gem that radiates light into the world. Muktoham Brahmanandoham Muktoham Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham. Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham. Brahmanandoham, Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham, Muktoham, Muktoham, Muktoham Brahmanandoham. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Just taking in the beauty of your mantra, beauty so much of what you bring to us. And you can get more Daniel on Spotify. And again, it's Daniel Bellone, Bellone, Bellone. And you can also go to his website, danielbellone.com. And he's been on our show before, and he will definitely be on again if we're blessed, if we're fortunate to have him. And thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you so much, Scott. I'll be honored to be here again.
It's been a good show, hasn't it?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
My pleasure. Well, all right. So definitely register for next season, because we'll have Daniel on again next year for next season for sure. Thank you, brother. All right. So we are now about to introduce our next speaker, and this is Denise. She's a pet expert, pet intuitive, and the founder of Pet Prana. And she believes that everyday interactions with our pets have the power to transform us. Denise's work combines traditional training with energetic considerations of pet guardianship to facilitate meaningful connections and to shift for humans and their pets. Denise is a certified dog trainer, pet intuitive, pet numerologist, now that's unique, and the founder of Pet Prana. And her work combines traditional obedience training with energetic considerations. And some of you, many of you actually saw her on our early Zoom Room show where she came on. And she had a lovely chat, kind of shared with us. And I got to say, gave me some insights with my little gal here, Jasmine Bear. So, you know, appreciating what you had to say with Jasmine. And Jasmine wanted to say hello again.
Oh, hey, little one.
So thank you, Denise, for being with us tonight. And what would you like to share tonight?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It has been such an incredible evening. And I think Chris really set the bar high and really set the stage, actually, for the conversation we're going to have with a focus on pets more broadly. So, you know, when it comes to our animal companions, they are so important. And many of us realize that our most intimate human relationships, like a significant other, a family member, our children or friends, that they provide insight into opportunities for personal growth. But today we've had the opportunity to celebrate one of our greatest assets in leading more empowered and fulfilling lives, and that's our pets. And that has truly become my life's passion, is helping humans understand the many ways that our energy is tied into the energy and behavior of our animal companions, and how learning to listen more closely to our animal companions helps us tap more deeply into our own intuition and knowing, creating a form of energetic communication with our pets and a lexicon with the universe. And as we do learn to communicate clearly with our pets, animals in the wild, and even the universe more broadly, that's when we become more empowered and we can more easily set those healthy boundaries, you know, embody our authentic leadership style and see the world through new perspectives. You know, as we learn to interpret the many ways that our pets speak to us, our bond with our furry friends grows, as does our communication with them, with animals more generally, and, you know, a whole other slew of entities. So whether through more esoteric avenues like animal communication or channeling groups of animal collectives, which I love doing, or the ancient wisdom of animal symbolism, maybe it's communicating through shapes, numbers, and colors, or even more tangibly through their behavior, which will be my focus today. Our pets are inviting us to communicate with them as a means to lead more mindful and empowered lives. Because when we vibe higher, so can they. But before we continue, I want to introduce myself to those who may not know me. My name is Denise Monge, and I'm a self-proclaimed pet groupie. I'm a certified dog trainer, a pet intuitive, and the founder of Pet Prana. And Pet Prana takes a mindful approach to pet guardianship and training our animal companions. And by 2016, I'd left my corporate job in advertising and I was working as a traditional dog trainer. And then after some time working with clients in that capacity, I just knew that there had to be more that could be done to honor the relationship between humans and their furry friends beyond teaching them simply how to sit and fetch. And so I found myself combining traditional dog training with animal communication and pet numerology. And then I eventually developed a roadmap of how our pets' behavior speaks to broader patterns, habits, and attitudes in our lives. And today I'm going to be sharing a little bit of that philosophy and that roadmap with you. So just as certain people and opportunities come into our lives at a specific time for a specific reason, our animal companions also have very specific contributions and lessons to teach us. You know, our pets can be great companions, entertainers, and teachers. But if your animal companion is displaying behaviors like barking for attention, maybe having accidents around the house, or you know, suffering from separation anxiety, it's important to focus on strengthening our energetic connection with them. And that's where a whole other level of communication begins. You know, living with our pets, we experience behaviors that can be pleasing, that can be neutral, or can be triggering. Right? And so when our pets' behaviors trigger in us frustration, anger, resentment, or stress, they're most likely drawing attention to a lesson or a bigger energetic pattern that needs to be addressed more broadly in our lives. But you might ask, but how, right? How can you translate what it means when your dog is barking, when your cat is having accidents, or your bird is, you know, plucking out its own feathers? Well, that's where we enter our energetic cheat sheet, which are the chakras. And I feel that the chakras provide a really great jumping off point about what motivates us and what our pets might be reflecting back, because the chakras represent those universal themes to the human experience that we can all easily understand and relate to. And since our animals have the same 7 major chakras linked to those same universal themes, they can act as amazing mirrors reflecting back our own energetic terrain. Some examples of the themes that are associated with our chakras can be, lack of grounding, tapping into the myth of separation, the ability to set loving boundaries for ourselves, stepping into our power versus playing small, dealing in illusion versus reality, the themes of feeling seen and finding one's voice. And after working with hundreds of pet parents, I've mapped out different behaviors and how they correspond to the limiting beliefs, which are also synonymous with the energies of those 7 major chakras. So my intention in doing that is creating a jumping off point so that if you're noticing a particular behavior in your pet, say for example, accidents around the house, you can reference the chakra that it's linked to and start feeling into the themes and patterns associated with that chakra, which by the way is the 6th chakra. And that's when we see if these things resonate. And if you identify one that does, then that's when the true shifts can happen for us and our animal companions. And their behavior is actually one of the most tangible ways that our animals communicate with us, right? Through their behavior, they provide clues and insights as to what's needed, what we're ready to let go of, and what we're here to upgrade in our lives. So I was hoping to put that philosophy to the test. I'm going to ask everybody to close their eyes and take 3 deep breaths. And with each breath, knowing that you're breathing in love and gratitude for your animal companion and releasing any judgment or preconceptions. And so take that nice deep breath and think of a behavior that your pet may be presenting. It may be barking, it may be your pet's having accidents, or maybe it's something you enjoy, like a moment of connection and a snuggle. Feel into what emotions come up for you when that experience comes into your awareness. And just notice what comes up in your body if you see things, feel things. And then notice where else in your life do you experience similar emotions? Does it trigger any memories, any past experiences? Does it remind you of any bigger patterns in your life? And if so, what's the belief or story that you're holding on to that's shaping that experience or that pattern? And is it playing out in other areas of your life more broadly? And then feel into, if these beliefs or emotions are no longer productive or helpful, are you ready to change the story? And if so, what's that new narrative, attitude, or belief? So just hang in there for a moment. And now open your eyes. And what insights did you take away? Take a moment to jot it down or just be with it. And imagine a loving and collaborative relationship with your pet where you both feel seen and heard. Imagine understanding exactly what your pet is telling you and what he or she needs in any given moment. When you learn and practice interpreting your pet's signals and you translate your pet's behavior, you can create a really meaningful and long-lasting transformation for you and your furry friend. Some of the most powerful teachers in life tend to be the ones closest to us. And for many of us, that's our dog, our cat, our horse, our guinea pig, our bird. And through their behavior is one of the ways that our animals communicate with us. And I hope that you'll be able to leverage some of the insights with your own animal companion, and that this time together has helped you realize that when it comes to animal communication, that you're already communicating with your pets in profound and transformative ways. Namaste.
Oh, this is beautiful, Denise. Thank you so much. Somebody's been asking, are you a pet intuitive? Are you available for someone to hire to talk to their pets?
Yes, I offer pet readings. I do pet numerology. So I do the traditional training as well as the intuitive side. A lot of the times you get an intuitive or a pet trainer, and I can bring expertise in both fields together, which is kind of fun.
Beautiful. And I'm going to just show the ways to reach her is by going to petprana.com. I'll go to that website in a second. Petprana.com. And she does pet readings and courses. And I love how you call it pet guardianship. That's a really lovely way of expressing it. So thank you for that.
Thank
and
you.
here's her website. Great picture of you with a beautiful beast. Pet prana. And it's great. Pet, particularly cherished, prana, the energy connecting all elements of the universe. So I really like how you've brought that together. That's beautiful.
Thank you so much. So much fun to be part of this event tonight. Great insights coming through.
Yeah, it's really fun. And Denise, can you stick around for a minute? Because we have Sean J coming back to do some more magic. And he has asked to have someone to work with us. So are you willing to work with Sean?
You bet.
Okay, there he is. Sean J is back for some more magic.
Hello, Denise. I enjoyed your educating talk about what you do. It was really fascinating, actually. I have no idea how you do it. I have my own specialty that uses my own style of intuition that I'd like to share with you what this says. Or how about you read this right there? What does that say?
My ideal pet is, drumroll, a snake.
It was just like coming to me in the moment, and I was just like, I just wrote it down really fast. I'm like, it's going to be a snake, okay? And that is, I got the black part, but I didn't get the red part. I picked up on black. I didn't quite get red.
Love it. Nate.
Oh, I see an A there. It could
Can
be
I get a vowel? Can I get a consonant? Can I get an L?
Arthur, but slowly but surely.
L. E. Wow, that's amazing. Very impressive. Look at us, one mind.
One mind, interconnected through the magic of technology. We're here on Zoom. You're all the way in California, and I'm here on the East Coast, and we still were able to make that connection. So great job.
Awesome.
Denise, you're fantastic at what you do. I definitely recommend Denise to anybody. That was incredible.
Very cool. Thank you, Sean. That was awesome.
Thank you for making the connection.
Great job, Sean. Great job. And thank you, Denise, for just being the perfect psychic pet intuitive, right?
Got it.
So there you go, everybody.
We haven't met before up until this moment. Is that correct, Denise?
That is correct. Yeah.
There you go.
Very spontaneous. And she did a beautiful reading for my dogs earlier today. So she's the real deal. And obviously, Sean J is also the real deal.
Yeah,
so
when you get tired of your boring Zoom meetings, you know who to find, you know.
That's right. You want to have a really fun Zoom meeting, whether it's your business, for a birthday party, a celebration, hire Sean while you still can. Because once we are going to be able to start going out to events and clubs, he's going to be playing in Las Vegas or at the Magic Castle. So get him while you can.
Got it.
We'll say, I saw Sean J when he was on Saturday Night Live. Great work, Sean.
Thanks.
Good job. Thank you, everybody. Really, really fun. All right. Well, what do we got next? We've got my good buddy, Jonathan Robinson. So I'm excited about that. Jonathan is one of my very closest friends. And let me put the spotlight on me and him. And the reason I wanted to invite Jonathan to be on the show is he is the best-selling author of many, many books. He's been on Oprah 4 times. But his most recent book is called Conversations with Dog. Conversations with Dog, which I think is pretty cool. And because we're good buddies, I've been to Jonathan's home several times. I've had a chance to meet Jonathan and his dogs. And I'll just show you a quick picture that I've got here that Jonathan sent us of one of his wonderful hounds. Here we go. Jonathan, which one is this?
That's Sophie.
It is the original one. This is
the
Sophie.
original. Yeah.
In the beginning, there was Sophie, and it was good. And then Jonathan decided to add another dog, which I kind of encouraged and helped to support. And but you have written Conversations with, I love the t-shirt. Love the t-shirt. Just saw that.
That's actually Sophie when she was young.
Is it really? Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, so you have this remarkable ability. You tapped in, you tuned in to the consciousness of a very wise dog. And just like Neil Donald Walsh had his experience with conversations with God, and he'll hear from Neil next week. He's gonna be on the show next week, seriously. But we get to hear conversations with dog. What did you learn? Tell us about your experience and what you learned.
Well, the book is an inspirational novel about a talking dog named Happy, who teaches her owner how to love and forgive and enjoy life again. And it ended up becoming a bestseller in England and on Amazon. And I think the reason the book's touched a lot of people is because we often feel our dogs are trying to talk to us. And dogs are like the new gurus, you know, they're really good at modeling unconditional love and rest and forgiveness and play. And those are all teachings we could really use nowadays. And writing the book, I had to kind of get in the perspective of my dog's head and see the world from her perspective. And for example, in the book, the dog's name is Happy, and she tries to understand why these green pieces of paper with dead people on it are more important to humans than love or a game of chase. And it truly baffles her. And to tell you the truth, it often baffles me too. But if you've ever loved a pet, you know that they can be pretty content with very little. And in the book, this dog named Happy offers her owner 10 commandments for how to be truly joyous in life. And I thought I'd read you her 10 keys for humans that we should follow to live a good and fulfilling life. And the first one is love everyone you meet as long as they don't try to bite you. Second commandment, eat with gusto. And my dog certainly does that. 3, make sure you pee in lots of different locations, which I'm looking forward to doing after the pandemic's over. Number 4, play every single day and chew on things as much as you can. Number 5, whenever possible, take a nap. Wouldn't the world be better if everybody did that? Number 6, ask directly for belly rubs and whatever affection you desire. Number 7, never hold a grudge because each moment is new. Number 8, stop and smell the roses as well as everything else on your path. Number 9, find joy in the little things like a good walk or followed by a good cuddle with your best friend. And number 10, greet those you meet and greet those you love with great enthusiasm when they come home. And I hope Happy's suggestion for a good and fulfilling life is inspirational to you. What I want to do at this time, though, is lead you in a brief guided meditation that I created that really touches people. It only takes about 2 minutes. I call it the Pet Duet Reset. Now, if you have a cute name for your pet, that can be really helpful here. Those nicknames really help to enter our heart. For example, the nickname for my dog, Sophie, is Poocher Muffin. And anytime I say that name, it always makes me smile. So if you have a nickname, keep that in mind as you take just a moment right now to close your eyes just for a minute and relax. Take a couple of deep breaths. As you settle in, feel your heart area. And imagine for a moment that you can breathe right through the center of your chest. Now, if you have a nickname for a pet you love, think of that nickname and say it to yourself while remembering joyous times with this beloved animal. Remember times when you felt really connected to them. And let your heart open to how much you love them and how grateful you are that they're a part of your life. If you want, you can imagine hugging or holding them in a way that helps you feel deeply connected. Imagine telling them how much you love them and seeing how happy that makes them. And feel your gratitude for all the love and good times you've shared with this precious being. Now take your time to slowly reorient yourself to the room you're in. And when you're ready, very slowly begin to open your eyes while still feeling that love in your heart for your beloved pet. It was only like 90 seconds, but it really gets you in your heart. It feels good. If you like guided meditations like that, I offer over 60 of them by people like me or Adyashanti or Byron Katie, all the spiritual leaders giving their best guided meditation for free. And this is my website, which is Finding Happiness. But all the free guided meditations are on awarenessexplorers.com. You're welcome to get that. But I want to share one last bit of wisdom to share with you. You know, whenever you're sharing a loving moment with your pet, don't let the chattering mind or your to-do list interrupt a sweet moment. You know, each morning I spend several minutes just looking into the eyes of my dogs and petting them and kissing their snouts and telling them how much I love them. And it's a fantastic way to start a day. And my little poocher muffin, as I call her, seems to think it's a great way to start a day as well. So, you know, our pets are wonderful at opening our hearts, and that's kind of what they do for a living. So make sure you take the time to fully love them so they can do their job on us. And if you want to read a heartwarming, fun story about a talking dog that teaches his owner about love, well, check out Conversations with Dog. But I'm going to leave you with some words that Happy the dog once said to me, and that is, quote, "Love as much as you can, because that's why we're here." So I hope you enjoy the pet meditation and the book. And I know the writer of Conversations with God will be on the show next week. And I forgive him for stealing my title, but I think we had the same idea, basically.
You did. Hey, Jonathan, you know what? You've got so much going on. I apologize for going to your other website. But Jonathan does a regular podcast called Awareness Explorers. And I really want to encourage you really to register and get on Jonathan's email list. And should they sign up for both email lists, or do they become one and the same?
They become one and the same.
Okay. Jonathan is like a genius for providing short meditations, short tips, short tools. He actually has another book, which is, I think, 101 ways to experience joy in life. And there are specific practical tools, games, things to do. He's like the king of how to enjoy life to the fullest through these really short, quick, brilliant discoveries that he makes. And Jonathan truly is an awareness explorer. He's always searching for the latest tools, meditations, practices, games, and then he shares them very generously with us. And I'm grateful, Jonathan. You've brought a lot of happiness into my life and a lot of joy into my life. So I want to thank you.
Likewise, Scott. And all the stuff I do on Awareness Explorers, the podcast and the website with all those guided meditations, it's all free. And a lot of what I learned, everything good I learned from my dog. So if you have one, kiss them and say that, thank them for being your guru.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding us of that, Jonathan. Thanks for being on the show. Talk to you again soon. All right. Hang in there. There's more. It is time for Global Peace Tribe Recommends. One of my puppies is falling asleep on my lap here. And what a beautiful show. And this is where we kind of emphasize and encourage you to participate in some really wonderful upcoming events. And the first one we mentioned earlier in the show, but we really want to remind all of you, Swami Beyondananda, who you saw on the show earlier tonight, is going to do an entire special 90-minute April Fool's Day special just for us, for the Global Peace Tribe. It's going to be on Thursday night, April 1st. And we really want to encourage all of you to please come and join us. It's going to be a really fun evening, and you'll get a chance to have comedy with Swami, and but also his alter ego, Steve Behrman, will be also coming onto the show and kind of sharing his wisdom. And so it's going to be a really wonderful opportunity for us to come together as Global Peace Tribe and have a really fun time together. So please do join us for that special night. And we're putting into the chat box how to get involved. You can register. It's very inexpensive. It's $15 for the evening. So definitely come and join us. It's going to be a really, really fun night. That's on Thursday night, April 1st, April Fool's Day. What better way to spend April Fool's Day than with Swami? Also, tomorrow is an event we've been talking about for a month now. It's our first Saturday Night Alive full workshop with Andrew Harvey. And it's going to be starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning, 9:30 Pacific time. And Andrew has got something really special planned. Of course, we've had Andrew on the show several times. He was on last week. But to just tell you a little bit about what he's going to do tomorrow, here's Andrew speaking about it. Was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're doing great. You're doing great.
And then this is the March the 14th one, is it?
Mm-hmm. As you can tell, this was a pre-record.
My name is Andrew Harvey, and on March the 14th, I will be presenting with Scott and his crew a fabulous day dedicated to the new book that I've written with Carolyn Baker called Radical Regeneration. In the morning, for 2 hours, I will lay out the radical vision that is exposed in that book of the great death that's happening in our global dark night and the extraordinary promise of birth that it holds. I believe that the dark night that we are in is the birth canal of a new embodied divine humanity. And I will lay out that belief in precise ways that will both warn you and galvanize you. Then in the afternoon, I will offer the vision that I have of radical intimacy with all things and the challenge to be noble in our time, and offer practices that can sustain both that level of intimacy with all things and strengthen that nobility that leads us forward into becoming sacred activists and birthers and warrior midwives of a new world.
You know, if you're not familiar with Andrew, he is really, truly one of the world's great treasures. This man has written over 40 books. He's collaborated with spiritual teachers from all over the world, including the Dalai Lama. He has an incredible understanding of human history from a mystical, spiritual point of view. He's brilliant. I've been a fan of Andrew Harvey for many, many years. Decades, really. And to get to know him, to become friends with him through the show has been one of the great blessings of my year. So again, it's going to be intimate. I think there's going to be probably like 30, 35 of us all tomorrow morning. Morning session from 9:30 till 11:30 a.m., a 90-minute lunch break, afternoon session from 1 till 3 p.m. That's all Pacific time. And there are still tickets available. So I know that Jan's been putting into the chat box the link. And if any of you need the link or need more information, you can private message me on Facebook. I'm the only Scott Catamas on the planet, so I'm easy to find on Facebook. You can just send me a private message. The last thing that I want to invite people to is a festival that I'm going to be taking part in next week called Evolve Fest. And some of you might have seen my show last night. I do a show every Friday night called Straight Talk. My show last night was with the creator of this festival, Eugene Headland. And he has put together something really amazing. 150 world leaders and presenters who are geniuses with the topic of evolutionary relationships. So for 5 days, this online festival is going on, 150 different presentations, including myself, and all talking about how we can use relationship to evolve. And all of these events and presentations are recorded, so you don't have to watch them all in the 5 days that they're happening. Certainly watch as many live as you can, but because they're recorded, then you can go back and watch the recordings. And like right here, so many of these people are dear friends of mine. Reed Mahalko is brilliant. Emily is who I lived with for 5 years. And so it goes. Really amazing presenters. So go to evolvefest.online, evolvefest.online. And when you register, put in the code of, in capital letters, Love Coach, LOVECOACH, Love Coach. That's my special code that he gave me so that people coming in through me are going to get a 25% discount, 25% discount by going to evolvefest.online and using Love Coach. And last thing I want to do is I just want to show you some of the titles, if I can pull up the schedule here, some of the titles of the amazing events that are going to be taking place. Hacking Emotional Intelligence, Introduction to Non-Monogamy, how we can evolve through relational conflict. I should be able to say that because that's the one I'm teaching. How we can evolve through relational conflict. That's on Wednesday at 4:30 Pacific time. Then my teaching partner, Trish, is teaching Profound Self-Acceptance, Repatterning the Abandonment Wound. Relationship is Spiritual Path, Art of Deep Listening, 4 Pillars of Awakening, Biodynamics of Egyptian Tantra, and so it goes. All these amazing things, all for only $150. The regular price is $200. Put in Love Coach, it knocks off 25%, so you can get access to all of these for $150. Long-term relationships is a spiritual quest. How to get the love you want, power of owning your desires, principles of evolution, and it goes on and on and on. Kind of like tonight's show, goes on and on and on, but all with good and wonderful things. So please go to evolvefest.online, register, use Love Coach in capital letters as your code, and it's going to be a really amazing and wonderful evening. All right. I am now going to see if Sean Galloway is still with us.
I am still here, Scott.
Sean, you are a trooper. So I'm going to put the spotlight on Sean for a moment, who's going to introduce a beautiful, beautiful video that he created. And I'm just looking to find you, Sean. There's Couture, there's Jay. Oh, there you are. There's Denise and Deb and the Mystic Abbott. We still have a lot of friends that are still on live with us. But most importantly, here's Sean. Sean, tell us about what we're about to see.
Okay, this video is called We Choose Love. And it originally originated after 9/11 when I in its first incarnation was called I Choose Love. And it was a song that made its way into lots of circles around the world and has continued to inspire people to come back to their heart. And I felt with the pandemic that it was time to expand it from the I consciousness to the we consciousness, you know, and how we all have to come to love in order to really, you know, anchor the heart of humanity into this new earth, I guess you could say, you know. So I got some friends of mine in Nashville to come together and we did a real acoustic version of the song. And then I invited people to sing the last chorus on their phones with me. And so we have people from all over the country and for the world, that matter, that sent in their pictures. And so we all sang this together, and it's something that I think can inspire everybody in each moment to remember, are we indeed choosing love, or are we choosing fear? And that seems to be my mission in life, is to really, it's my own teaching, I guess. It's like, am I choosing love right at the moment, So I share this with you with the, with the intention to inspire you to choose love from moment to moment in your life. So this is called We Choose Love.
Great. Thank you so much, Sean. And thanks for staying up to introduce this for us.
I can see laughter, or I can see tears. I see a choice, love or fear. What do you choose?
I can see peace, or I can see war.
I can see sunshine, or I can see a storm.
What do you choose? Now we choose to live with freedom flying from our hearts where the light keeps shining. We choose to feel the whole world crying for the strength that we can rise above. We choose love. We choose love. I can see sharing, or I can see greed.
I can see caring or poverty.
What do you choose?
I can see gardens, or I can see bombs.
I can see life or death
coming on strong. What do you choose? Now we choose to live with freedom flying from our hearts where the light keeps shining. We choose to feel the whole world crying for the strength that we can rise above. We choose love. We choose love. We choose I see us healing, the darkness dying. I see us dawning as one world united. What do you choose? Love or fear? Oh, we choose. Sing along with us. Now we choose to live with freedom flying from our hearts where the light keeps shining. We choose to
Mm. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just got chills. I knew Steve.
Yeah.
Holy Moses. Oh my God. Like
Yeah.
major chills right now. I had no idea until I saw that. But I knew
Mm.
Steve. He was so dedicated to that.
Yeah. He's a, yeah.
Wow. That's an amazing rush. All right. Well, first of all, what an amazing, beautiful song, Sean.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah.
And it's just it's really like a theme song for the Global Peace Tribe, because that's what we're all doing. We're all choosing love, and almost all of these shows we do are showing us ways to do that, whether it's Indigenous elders or our animals, or some of the great teachers and speakers that we have. They're all just different ways to help us to choose love day to day, and certainly through music and through a heart like you have.
Yeah, and it's a simple choice. I mean, it's a simple choice when you break it down to its foundation. It really is, and not an easy one to live, but it's certainly a simple choice. And as more of us come together and choosing it together, like you're doing here with this magnificent tribe, it ripples out. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Sean. You've been on the show before, and I sure hope you'll come back and be with us again.
Anytime. It's my honor.
And again, remember, everybody, you can learn more about Sean by going to SeanGalloway.com. I showed it before, and let me pull it up again. And Sean, is there anything you want to share that's kind of going on for you in terms of?
Yeah, I do a Facebook Live show at facebook.com, Sean Galloway Music, every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we sing this song. Everybody comes on and we all sing this song together. And I do a couple of other songs, and then there's a couple of it's to me, it's like it's reinitiating the voice of the people. You know what I mean? It's like, we got to sing. We got to, when sound hits music, it's extremely powerful. And the more voices you bring to that, it's just a very transformative tool. And so I invite you to come and sing with me and sing with all of us. Yeah. Sean Galloway Music on Facebook.
Okay, so let me, I pulled up the Sean Galloway, but I didn't get the music part. So while I show that, I'm going to go to your website for a moment. Well, actually, hang on, we'll do two things. I want to go to your website initially, and you can talk a little bit about what's there while I pull up the proper Sean Galloway Facebook page. So here is your website, and I'll work on pulling up the Facebook. And what do people find on your Facebook page, on your website that's kind of fun?
Well, one of the things I offer is it's an online course called I Choose Love. And I did a record years ago called I Choose Love, and I did a painting that goes with each song. And there's 15 songs on that CD, and it takes people through what I call the hero's journey, from the calling to the culmination point of conscious communion with Source, and all the trials of taking that journey. And there's processes there, and there's a book there that comes with the course of art and the lyrics and everything, and you just plug yourself into that story, and it's sort of a guideline to say, oh, this is where I am and this is where I'm going next, and so my big message is healing through the arts. It's the arts for me, both visual art and movement and sound. That's again a lost art in our culture in a lot of ways. How do we bring the arts back in, to resurrect the heart of humanity? And that's what I'm all about.
Thank you. All right, so those of you on Facebook, which is most of us, go to Facebook and then just put in Sean Galloway Music. And remember, he spells it with A's, ShawnGallaway. A whole lot of A's going on there. And if you go to Sean Galloway Music, And hey, look, there's Saturday Night Live happening there. And this is where people can tune in to you on Tuesdays for your special show.
That's correct. And it's called The Singing Lovolution.
I love it. That's great.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sean, for being
Yeah.
with us. Really.
Thank you so much, Scott. It's a pleasure to be here, and anytime.
All right. We'll see you again soon.
All right,
Take care.
Stay.
All right. Now, I know a lot of you have been looking forward to seeing Carol Baskin. And so she's who's up next. She wasn't able to be with us live, but she recorded this video just for Saturday Night Alive. But for any of you who don't know who she is, and most of you do because she's quite famous, but for those of you who don't know, she's the founder and CEO of Big Cat Rescue. She runs this huge business, has over 100 volunteers and interns from all around the world. It's a Tampa-based nonprofit organization, and it's been seen all over the world on everything from U.S. News and World Report and People magazine to Netflix, Sports Illustrated, The Today Show, Animal Planet. Now, you may also know her from the Netflix series Tiger King. She's currently venturing into the world of virtual reality with the Oculus Rift Tiger game. Big Cat Rescue, which is her real project, has led the way in eliminating the need for captivity of exotic cats by launching the world's first and second, she's done 2, augmented reality zoos, first in Tampa and then in Plantation, Florida. We're going to learn a lot more about Carol and her really, you're going to see she's a very passionate woman, she's a dynamic woman, and she's doing something very important. So here we go. Let's meet Carol Baskin.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens on the Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. It's Carol Baskin from Big Cat Rescue. And you know what? I think I am among my tribe here. So, if it's okay with you, I am going to let my hair down and talk to you straight from the heart. You may have seen me on Tiger King. If you did, that is not who I am. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and be amongst people that I could really appreciate, and I hope will be able to appreciate who I am at my center. Back when I was a child, I loved nature, absolutely loved it. And so I would spend every moment that I could out exploring in the woods and climbing trees and swimming in rivers and lakes. And my constant companions were 2 white cats, 2 huge white cats. And just like probably all of you, these cats were so real to me. They were my best friends. They were my guidance. They were who I revealed my soul to. They were my constant companions, despite the fact that my family said they're not really there. They're imaginary friends. You know, all of the things that parents do trying to make their children conform to this world. And I just hate that we just stomp that right out of our children. I grew up to be somebody who really could associate with the bobcats who would end up being injured. And so when a bobcat gets hit by a car, the veterinarians can fix them up in 30 minutes, an hour, but then there's months of rehab work to send them back to the wild. And so I had done that kind of work since I was 17 years old. When I was in my 30s in 1992, I was at a exotic animal auction with my late husband, and we were buying llamas. And the guy next to me was bidding on a bobcat, a 6-month-old bobcat that some man had brought in on a leash. And he said his wife didn't want the cat anymore because, surprise, she grew up to be a bobcat. And so I leaned over to the guy bidding on her and I said, when that cat grows up, she is going to tear your face off. And this was the bobcat. He said, I am a taxidermist and I am just going to club her in the head in the parking lot and turn her into a den decoration. And I just burst into tears, and my husband started bidding on this beautiful bobcat. And we probably paid more for her than anybody has ever paid for a bobcat in the history of bobcats. But she was not going to be killed in the parking lot that day. And so she came home with us, and we named her Windsong. And to this day, her Windsong stays on my mind. She had been declawed, and so she could not be released back to the wild. And she was from another state, which is not legal to release a cat from one state into another state. And so we ended up keeping her, and she was, of course, a most wretched pet, as you might imagine. And so my husband started calling around trying to find somebody who had an animal that she could grow up with. She was terrorizing our German Shepherd, chasing my daughter all over the house, attacking my husband. And so a man told us that he would sell us kittens, but we had to come there in person. And so we drove to Minnesota in 1993, and it turned out to be a fur farm. And we rescued 56 bobcats and lynx from that fur farm. I was naive, and I thought, how hard could it be? I'm going to rescue these animals, I'll put them into pet homes, and all will be good in the world. Instead, what I discovered about a year and a half later was, as those cats grew to be adults, nobody was willing to put up with what it's like to live with a bobcat. They pee all over everything, and they are really rowdy and destructive and dangerous. Pound for pound, they're 12 times stronger than a person. So all of the cats are. And so even a 20-pound bobcat is more than any human can possibly handle. So they started coming back to us. And then people started calling and saying, would you take my lion? Would you take my tiger? And I'm thinking, what are people doing with lions and tigers? But I was so naive. I thought, well, how hard of a situation can this be to fix this? I'll rescue these animals, and then I'll try to see if there's any way that I can just end the flow of these animals. They shouldn't be in backyards and cages. And this leads me to an experience that I think a lot of you will appreciate. And we had brought in a bunch of tigers from the circus, 20 of them over a period of a few years. And so as I was walking through the sanctuary one day, there was this one old tigress. Her name was Nini, and she was laying in her pool as I walked by, and I heard her say, "We don't belong in cages." And I thought somebody was punking me. I looked all around. I thought surely somebody's hiding in the bushes and they're just, trying to pretend to be this cat talking to me. There was nobody in the bushes. It was Nini. And I realized that she was absolutely right. I had to stop the practice of people keeping big cats in cages. And I had to do it at the peril of everything else that I was doing. We had rescued 56 bobcats off that first fur farm, and then 28, and then 22 off another fur farm. And we had taken in all of these servals and caracals and ocelots and jungle cats and leopards and cougars, and then these 20 circus tigers, and we already had a few tigers before them. And so by this time we had probably 200 big cats. And there was no way that we were going to be able to rescue our way out of this. And Nini brought that into sharp focus for me when she said, "We don't belong in cages." And so I vowed to her that I would do everything I could to end the practice of people keeping big cats in cages. And I did. And so we promoted bills that would make it illegal to buy and sell and trade in these animals. We were successful in 2003 in getting the Captive Wildlife Safety Act passed. And so it had a lot of parameters to it. It made it illegal to sell big cats across state lines as pets. So there were a lot of parameters, but still in 2003, I had to turn away over 312 big cats. And every other year, that number was doubling. And so after this bill became law, the number of cats that we had to turn away dropped to like a third of that. And so I realized that this was the way. We had to follow this path of just regulating the industry to stop this flow of these big cats. There were loopholes in that law. And so we spent years trying to close that loophole, and we currently are working with a coalition of other big animal protection groups like the Humane Society of the United States, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, Born Free, the Animal Welfare Institute. And what we decided in 2011 was to come up with a three-pronged approach toward the problem. The first was to rescind something called the generic tiger loophole. And what that did was it made it possible for all of these people to be breeding and selling tigers that were not purebred. And the reason that that was happening is because so many people were breeding white tigers and hybridizing tigers so that they didn't have to meet the standards that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service put out of having a captive bred permit for each litter. And so by having that loophole, anybody could breed tigers. And so we worked on getting that closed, and we were finally able to close that loophole in 2016, so that if you want to breed and sell tigers across state lines, you have to go through a pretty onerous breeding permit program in order to do that. The second part of our approach would be to petition USDA to actually enforce their rules. The USDA rules were written in 1976, I think, and they are that outdated as far as what they think is a humane life for these animals. But we still, they could enforce them and they don't, and so we have been pressuring them to enforce their rules. The third part of our three-pronged approach would be a federal bill that would ban the private possession of big cats, and it bans the cub petting. Petting cubs is the #1 reason for driving the tiger to extinction in the wild. And it's not because those cubs come from the wild, it's because there are so many cubs that are bred for about a 4-week window. They are typically used from about the age of 8 weeks to 12 weeks. After that, they can take a finger off of a child. And so they become a liability instead of an asset. And then they end up in the illegal trade for their parts, or they end up as private pets or in horrible situations. So if we could just stop the cub petting, we could stop at least 200 tigers, just tigers, not even lions and tigers, but tigers, every year being bred and then discarded when they can no longer be used. Those cats that are being discarded, when they end up in the illegal trade, they just grow that market. And when they do that, then there's always going to be people who want the premium product. And the premium product is always going to be the wild tiger. So as of the end of last year, our federal bill was voted on in the House, and it passed by 2/3 vote, which is the best it's ever done. We reintroduced it early this year, which is what you have to do every 2 years. You have to reintroduce if it doesn't pass. We already have 114 co-sponsors in the House, and we expect to be launching the Senate version very shortly. That bill will stop the cub handling, and it'll phase out the private possession. People who have those animals can keep them. They just can't buy or breed more because these big cats don't belong in cages, just like Nini told me all those years ago. You can see all of the work that we're doing at Big Cat Rescue at our website, bigcatrescue.org. We put out 2 new videos each week on our YouTube channel. One is a regular standard type video, and the other is a 360 3D video like you would see in a headset. And a big part of why we are going down that path is because what we want to do is to see zoos become a thing of the past when it comes to keeping wild animals in cages. We would love to see them embrace virtual reality and implement these internet streaming, remote controlled, motion censored 3D cameras in the wild where these cats live, so that anytime you put on your headset, you could be transported to the Himalayas where you're seeing snow leopards hunting the sheep, or you could be transported to Costa Rica and see jaguar stalking on the beaches there. And you would see all of these animals in their home environment doing what they do in real time in a headset at these facilities, or even from your home. I think we're going to drive that demand further with the videos that we are putting out each week, and we just recently put out the world's first virtual reality tiger game. It's called Big Cat Rescue VR, and you can play it in an Oculus headset or on any other headset. And what that game does is it brings you into a forest in Ranthambore. and you're introduced to a park ranger who tells you that a tiger is missing, and you have to learn how to track a tiger in the wild, and you go through all of these clues finding out, you know, where this tiger is. And when you finally find her, you see that she's been snared by poachers, and so you have to learn with our vet team what you would do to make sure that she's going to be safe when you release her, and then you are the one to release her back to the wild where she belongs. I think that's the kind of engagement that people need in order to care about and to preserve these magnificent animals in the wild where they belong. So, thank you. You are my tribe, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you today. Mwah. Stay cool, cats.
Wow. What an amazing woman. What an amazing vision. And like all of our speakers tonight, just such a wonderful opportunity to learn. I mean, I really am just blown away. And of course, I really want to encourage people to please support what she's doing. I recognize that we showed her late. So those of you watching, and we still have well over a couple hundred people in our Zoom room and thousands watching on all the different channels and Facebook and such. If you go to bigcatrescue.org, bigcatrescue.org, that's where you can learn, and you know, there's a lot. And then if you just add donate, bigcatrescue.org/donate, and that's how we can then donate. I know that Jan has been putting that link into the chat box for everybody. You can donate by PayPal, by check. There's company matching donations, a lot of different ways to do it. So, you know, let's tonight, I think we've all been inspired by what we've heard, what we've learned, and let's be generous. Let's support our presenters by, you know, you need a pet psychic, hire Denise. You want to learn how to take better care of your horses, read Chris's book or go to his website. You want to take the perfect vacation, you want to relax, go to Maui Eco Retreat and let Katira take good care of you. And let's also support the nonprofit organizations, Big Cat Rescue and Gentle Barn. Really, really important that we do those things. All right, we've got more. It's going to be a late show. Debra is a smart girl. She took off, but I agreed to run things, which is my pleasure. I really enjoy doing this. And we got a little bit more for you. So since we just were talking about big cats, let's go back because we've got something more from Jay Mayer. You remember earlier in the show, he talked about temple cats, but there's a little bit more he has to share with us about temple cats. Let's see what that might be.
Yes, and cats and dogs and animals, they love to have a purpose. And adding temple cat, it's actually in their DNA. It goes back so far in time. So we can bless good fortune and healing with our temple cats. We ask them to bless our blessings. You can do this with your dogs too. Just lightly touch him so it feels really good. And you see how he's picking up his ears a little bit and scratching. Scratching, we're on camera. And we love our animals, and they love having a purpose. And if they're happy and willing to help you send your prayers and invocations through the invisible realms to the good higher beings, and help us to activate the law of attraction with light touch and your pets.
Thank you, Jay. And once again, thank you to Jay Mayer and Jan Kaplan for doing such a great job in putting this show together. All right, we've got 2 final videos to show. And this next one is kind of fun. We had another pet psychic, and she also did a channeling or kind of a pet reading on my two dogs. One of the advantages of having this show and being able to kind of receive gifts like that. So I'm certainly grateful for it. And I'm talking about Denise, oh, whoops, no, Denise is who we had on live, sorry. Danielle McKinnon. And Danielle lives deep in the woods in Maine with her husband, who's a scientist, and her dog, Tuka. Danielle, I'm getting late, I apologize. Slow down, Scott. Take a breath. Okay. Danielle is an animal communicator, and she's the Amazon #1 best-selling author of Soul Contracts, Finding Harmony to Unlock Your Brilliance, and also wrote Animal Lessons, Discovering Your Spiritual Connection with Animals. She did a pretty lengthy reading of both my dogs, but Jay and Jen, God bless them, have edited it down. So we're going to get a chance just to watch a little bit with Danielle and what she had to say. Primarily, she did both Mr. Boobles and Jasmine Bear. And I think we pretty much are just focusing on what she had to say about Jasmine Bear. So let's take a look and meet Danielle. There's Jasmine.
Jazzy. Okay, so Jazzy, if I wasn't seeing her right there, I would say she's a little bit like a golden retriever, because they're or like Clifford the big red dog. I wouldn't know that she was small because she has a very big personality, and she also has a very big presence to her. And she makes herself known. She's not necessarily really graceful, but it's adorable.
It's so true. It's really, really true. Yeah.
So it's funny to be able to see her in the Zoom, but then also to see her in my head. She doesn't come through looking like that at all.
Yeah.
She also comes through a little bit trying to make herself kind of be bigger than life, like a little like I'm in control. I'm going to be in control, like kind of like I know what I'm doing, that kind of attitude.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what would be funny? Let's ask her about Mr. Boobles.
Okay.
Or no, do you not want to do that?
Oh no, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask her about Mr. Boobles. So when I go to her to look at Mr. Boobles, now remember, Mr. Boobles came through as this kind of youthful dog, but when I go through her to him, he's black and white to her. He's on, he's off. He's in, he's out. He'll play, he won't. It's very, she's kind of like, what's up with this? Be consistent. You know, but he's kind of, so they don't play together all the time, huh? It's kind of like sometimes there's
No,
stuff.
you're absolutely right, because she's always available to play because she's almost 2. And there's times he's totally into playing with her, and there's times he just goes under the bed and leave me alone.
Yeah. So she's kind of going to me, what's up? I want consistency here. This is what I want. It's a little frustrating to her. And then the other thing that's a little frustrating, this is interesting, Scott. You are a little frustrating to her. So same thing. You're on, you're off. You're playing, you're not. You're in, you're out. And she's, again, I know she's a dog, but in my head, she's like, what's up with this? What's up with this? So you can do about that what you want. Want me to ask her how she wants that to change?
Sure.
Other than what's up with this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. So when I asked her, she showed me a clock, and she showed me hands on the clock here, hands on the clock there. Like, so what that's telling me is do you hear me? She's saying, do you hear me? She wants specific times set aside so she knows when the time is that we're going to do the stuff together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The other thing about that is she just said it doesn't always have to be plain. Okay, do you want to ask her a question?
Sure. Let's see. Why do you, I'm going to give you a clue here, but why do you pull when we go for a walk? Why are you always pulling? Why do you pull when we go for a walk?
She says that she already answered that question because she's in charge. She's the big one. She knows what she's doing. Yeah. And I keep going like this because in my head, she keeps kind of like puffing herself up, like making her, I know, I'm the one. I'm it. I'm all that.
Always says she's like a sled dog. She thinks she's a sled dog.
Yeah.
Because she like pulls.
She's in charge.
You know, and she's always in front. And heaven
And
forbid.
it's actually not about you at all. She's the one in charge. You're supposed to follow her. Which actually kind of makes sense with you saying the sled dog thing. I just want to ask her if there's anything that could be done to change that situation.
Yeah, that'd
Is
be
that
great.
cool?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Jazz. Okay, so this is she gave me words and she gave me pictures. She gave me the first picture she gave is about you, and you would need to be like this. You would need to puff up like this on those walks. But then she goes, but he's too busy with the heart-centered stuff, and shows me. So I don't know if you're going to change it. She's fine with it. What's nice is I don't see her being aggressive. She's not barking and jumping and lunging. She's just in charge, and she's the one telling you where you're going to go. And that's what she views her job as, I guess, because you're back there with the heart-centered stuff.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And it really is true. They pretty much wait because I'm sitting in this desk working, doing sessions, whatever it is. And then the moment I get up, they're like, okay, can we play now? Is it, time to connect? But, I got to say, I mean, 2 or 3 times a day, she'll come and take a look and say, are you still going to,
Yeah.
Come on. But they're both really, really good about accepting when I'm working. Like neither one of them is obnoxiously, like, no, come on, we're going to play now. They go and they go play,
still
like right now.
it.
Right now they're playing by themselves and together, because it's morning time. So morning they play together, until he gets tired.
Why don't you try setting a 3 times a day play schedule? Tell her the time of what it will be. Okay. Do it for 5 minutes, but really stick to it and see what that does for your relationship. It seems to be that she wants you to take these breaks away from the on-off, not being with her thing. Right. And he also mentioned that as well. So looks like they're looking for some dedicated attention.
But they do get a WALK always just around sunset time. That's pretty consistent. Yeah.
This looks more like on the floor, 5 minutes together, kind of dedicated with one, dedicated with the other. So yeah. Okay. According to her, not him. That's not what he asked for.
Right. Okay. Danielle, you're such a delight.
Thank you. Well, your dogs are awesome.
Yeah, I feel very blessed.
Yeah, they were clearly waiting to be able to talk today. Yeah.
Now, how do people get a hold of you?
Through my website, daniellemckinnon.com.
Okay.
And I teach people to do what I do there.
Great. Wow. And are you primarily interested in providing one-on-one sessions to people, or do you have actual online classes?
I actually don't do one-on-ones anymore. I train people to do one-on-ones. So if you go to readings, you can get a reading from one of my certified practitioners, and I teach people to do it. Because that's what's fun for me.
Absolutely. Danielle, thank you so much. Very beautiful to meet you.
Beautiful to meet you and
I'm
your
sure
dogs.
Mr. Bubbles and Jasmine, they've all kind of calmed down now. They're right settled in their respective places.
That's my life. I get on the phone with anyone, I get on a Zoom, everybody's animals go crazy. You know my energy.
Well, God bless you. And good luck. I hope the power stays on for you. That's fun. I want to thank again Jan and Jay for editing. We took the interview from Danielle and I gave it to them. And then I sent them photos and video of Boobly and Jasmine Bear. And you guys did a great job of inserting that footage. Really great job. So thank you so much. And wow, Denise Mange is still with us. So you got a chance to meet one of your peers as well. And by the way, I had established time for the pre-record, and as fate would have it, I had this incredible allergic reaction going on. That's why my face was all puffy and I'm like tearing while I'm doing the recording. So I appreciate Jay and Jan editing in a lot of footage, so you saw more of Mr. Boobles and Jasmine Bear and less of Scott dabbing at his eyes. So thank you for that. And you know, they're with us. I'm gonna actually put the spotlight. There's Jan, and here's Jay. Unbelievable, they're still with us. So thank you so much for all the amazing editing magic that you do. Thank you very much. All right, we have one last video to kind of wrap us up. And it's kind of interesting timing. Remember at the very beginning of our show, we met Honey of the Heart. Those two beautiful souls made a video just for us tonight, just for Saturday Night Live. And it's really sweet. And it's a wonderful way to close out the show. But, you know, I'm going to pop on real quickly. These are our guests that are still with us. And, you know, some of you wonder, who is the mystic abbot? Who is the wild abbot? Well, that is our good friend, Jerry. He has started coming in and sponsoring shows, and he is the man behind the Mystic Monastery, where we are planning on creating a beautiful, intentional community. He has 10,000 acres in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He has been accepted by the United Nations. And so the Global Peace Tribe is going to create some amazing things in Puerto Rico with the Mystic Abbot. I want to say Denise is still with us. Hey, Denise. And she was on the very early Zoom room. So you and my beloved friend Kutira, who is still also with us. So thank you. And we have a new member of our core team. This is Debra Johnson. And she's come on and she's supporting us in wonderful ways. So these are the people that I can bring on camera that are still watching. But I want to acknowledge the 200 of you still in the Zoom room and the thousands watching on Facebook and YouTube channels. And also those of you watching the video replays, which is about 25% of our audience now. Thank you, everybody, for being with us, for creating this wonderful show. Please do. Oh, hey, there's Swami and Trudy. We're going to get not just Swami, not just Steve, but also behind every great Swami beyond Ananda, there is a Trudy. Or at least behind this one there is. So good to see you too. Thanks for joining us. And hey, everybody, there's still time for you to come in tomorrow morning and join us for Andrew Harvey, an amazing life-transforming opportunity to really have intimate connection time with one of the great masters of our planet. So join us tomorrow. And so we're going to complete now with this beautiful video from Honey of the Heart. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. And here we go. It's really, really lovely.
Hey everyone, thanks for being with us and inviting Honey of the Heart to Saturday Night Alive. We thought we'd have some fun and introduce each other to you guys. So, do you want to start off, Marion?
Sure. This is Justin Anchetta, environmentalist, musician, educator, and producer. And he is a multi-instrumentalist and a really amazing dad.
Marin is the mother to my daughter, and she does work in transformational NLP and has 20 plus years of experience in education based in NVC from her family camp she started on Vashon Island. And really grateful to be rearing our daughter with you, Marin, and also creating these songs that you guys will be hearing today. If you guys like the songs and the tunes and what we're about, please go to honeyoftheheart.com. And really, I think the most special song we've created is our daughter Juniper together, and just the wrestling and the playfulness and the remembering that we are all animals, remembering that we are all just to help each other stay inspired and be alive and enjoy the moment, right? Our kids are teaching that every day.
Yeah, she's at a particularly feral age as well, 2.5. So we'll go from one moment of like this amazing, profound thing she'll say to her like flinging her toothbrush into the toilet without any self-control at all. So it keeps us on our toes, but we feel incredibly blessed to be home with her, and we're doing a lot. We do a lot of things together.
It's true. We're trying to intermingle, all of our passions and our music and parenting into this one small nesting home that we have up here in Grass Valley, California. And if you go to our Facebook page or our YouTube page, you'll see stints of us doing our kitchen jam and other things, our other activities with our daughter, and sometimes featuring her songs, which we have some footage we want to share, just portions of.
Didn't you scream it? It was really loud when you first.
It was a certain part of the song that she screamed in. You sing it. You should sing it.
Yeah, sure. Why do you sing it?
Baby.
Ready?
You start.
And you hum, guys. And you hum, guys.
We'll hum.
Thanks for being here and checking it out. This is called Reaching. I hope you reach for something beautiful in your life and you share it with your family, friends, children, and people.
Hey, welcome everybody to the Center for the Arts on live streaming in style like this. We're Honey of the Heart, joined by Brightside Blue and a fabulous band like this. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Please share. And this is called Reaching for something good.
Sinking and rise above, reaching for expansion and reaching on and on, reaching for another truth beyond what I have known. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
In my days, no more frowns. I have reasons to lift my arms above clouds. Let my spirit flow on through. Love coming through these veins. Let me break it down this way. Time to enlighten me. Realize, make dreams on the simple things.
I am reaching for forgiveness. No blame to hold on to. Freedom and a love that'll bring a sense of truth. Reaching for to let go, how to hold on. Discern what to take, and while hope nothing is wrong, I am reaching. system that knows its place. So I keep going, hit by the clouds above the bay. Everybody needs this time to play. I'm down with the system that knows its place. So I keep going. Let's all get hoochie. Let's all get hoochie. Let's all get hoochie. Let's all get hoochie. I am reaching, yeah. I am reaching, yeah. I am reaching, yeah. I am reaching, yeah. I am reaching for the sunshine. I am reaching for the love, yeah. I am reaching for the goodbye to sink in and rise above. What you reach for now, reach for each other. I am
Wow.
Thank you for this food, this glorious, glorious food. And the animals, and the vegetables, and the minerals that make it possible. And the cooks, 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 and the cooks. Blessings on our meal.
That's so fantastic. Oh my God, they're with us. They're actually still with us. This is so beyond.
Hey, Scott. Thanks for
cool.
being troopers, y'all.
Wow. Let me put the pin on you guys.
Man,
Wow.
you must have started zooming at 1 with your sound checks. I mean, that's a long time, man.
Yeah, I've been going at it today. I've been in this chair pretty much since 1:30, actually.
Yeah, stretches are good.
I hope it's a good
You know what's wonderful? There's been so many interesting connections in tonight's show. My life really turned around when I met Marshall Rosenberg and did a series of videos and television show with him. And he and I traveled for 3 weeks. We started in Corona for an international IIT, and we drove all the way up the coast. It took 3 weeks, and we ended up in Seattle, where he was working with the Freedom Project. And I was videotaping all of this. And I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who lived on one of the, I think she was on either Vashon Island or San Juan Island. She was one of the major leaders of nonviolent communication at that time.
Is it Barbara?
Barbara.
Yes.
So Barbara and Doug started the NBC Family Camp with Marin. And Marin studied with Marshall Rosenberg. So kind of
Barb's like my other mom.
Wow. And Lucy Liu, is Lucy Liu still involved?
Yeah, she's still involved. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember we did Lucy was featured in the television show we did. So that's a remarkably small world.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Well, gosh, let's talk about how do people get more honey of the heart? What would you like for them to know about?
Honeyoftheheart.com is a great spot. That is another good spot. It's a Patreon page that supports all of the videos that we create, such as the one you guys just saw. And we're creating a song a month right now. So on our Spotify online distribution of our songs, we have a bunch of stuff. We just did one called 5,000 Souls. We created for a Celtic festival, one that Maren wrote, and just a lot of new styles, a lot of different instruments, the tres, the charango. We're trying to bring in the flamenco, the ukulele. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it.
Since we're trapped at home with 9,000 instruments, we thought we should play them.
I know, look at that.
A baby.
And a baby who loves
That is
all
incredible. A feral baby.
feral. Yes, at times quite feral. Yeah.
Hey, I just really want to encourage people to utilize Patreon. This is one of the wonderful ways that we can support a lot of our musicians. And, it's important to remember that for many musicians, the pandemic has been a nightmare because they can't be at clubs playing like they normally do. Our musicians that really made their livings by, doing gigs at, concerts, festivals, clubs, they haven't been able to do it. And so Patreon is a wonderful, wonderful way. And so I'm gonna come in at the $3 a month level. I've joined Patreon several times for several of our musicians. And here, I'll do it this way.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I'm going to come on in. And I just really want to encourage people to do that. And then I am going to go to your Honey of the Heart website also. We took a look at it earlier at the beginning of the show, but we can see that entire concert. It's going to be a good concert when there's two different drummers, two different drum sets. It's going to be rocking.
3 singers. Yeah.
And 3 singers. Although I tell you, you have a fantastic voice, Maren. So,
thank you.
What a joy to meet both of you and your feral daughter. That was pretty doggone cute. I got to tell one last story about an NVC family camp.
Yeah.
It wasn't yours, but it was a different NVC family camp that I was at. And I was talking to a mother about your age, and her son comes running up to us. He's about 8 or 9 years old. Comes running up and says, Mommy, I need to take a time out. I'm too mad to play fair right now.
Yeah.
And there it is. There's the genius of nonviolent communication, right?
And you choice and power you didn't have before with all that self-awareness.
Yeah, exactly. So God bless you. God bless Marshall Rosenberg. Rest in peace, Marshall. God bless nonviolent communication. And God bless everybody who's been watching this show tonight. It's really been quite an evening. And I'm going to go get some dinner. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Once again, thank you, Jay and Jan and Katura and the Mystic Abbott and Honey of the Heart. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to my producing partner watching on her tablet at home, Debra Gusti. Come join us tomorrow, Andrew Harvey. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.